Do you want us to be recording independently?
Sure.
Okay. Recording start now. I apologize for cat noises. They are very cute. I can't stop them.
Oh god.
You know when you're like a kid and you don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life?
It's me right now, buddy.
And you're sad and you're lost and you don't know what art is. And then your friends at the lunch table, they're like, hey, you should check out this quirky thing. It's like a comic that some freak who lives in his basement puts online for us to see and adore, and for us to give him all of our money. And then you take a look, and slowly but surely, over the course of the next decade or so, your life starts to crumble around you, and you feel like nothing is real and nothing is tangible, and then more and more the world is ending all around you. But at the very least, you can go and read Homestuck, because it's the only thing that you have left in your soul. It's the only thing. It's the only thing that you.
It's the only thing getting you through this coronavirus pandemic right now.
It's the only thing getting me through the existential hell of living. Is the feelings that I once had, not even the feelings that I'm having now, because reliving them would be far too stressful. And I like it. I feel like reliving them would be like going on like an existential hell trip, where I'm like reliving. When I read Homestuck, it feels like I'm different. Like I'm a different thing. Like I feel like I become something different when I'm reading Homestuck, because I can't. Because it becomes all I'm processing, and it becomes everything I think about, and it fucking takes me over in this way that like I can't describe. It notably, in one way, about this being this tirade that I'm going on right fucking now, because like it's in my brain and it lives there, and I don't know how to get it out, and I don't want it to leave, but I don't want it in there.
So Homestuck is a comic.
It's also a video game and an anime, and this is a podcast about said video game comic anime, just in case you weren't aware.
Hi.
Yes.
I am Ceetol. I'm here to talk about Homestuck. Who else is here to talk about Homestuck? Let's establish that.
I'm Psymid. I'm here to talk about Homestuck.
Excellent.
I'm a guy. I'm here to destroy Homestuck, to have this existential crisis with you, viewer, with me finishing it less than 24 hours ago.
Wow.
Indeed. An egg, a baby, born into the world of Homestuck in our current year.
First thing one, I just want you to speak on that for a minute. Like go.
Like, share with us your Homestuck experience.
Yeah.
Okay, so it started a long time ago when I joined a podcast called the Procrastinators. And you know, these guys are really like funny, and I like them, you know. But there's this one member that called something like C-Tool, and she has this icon, which is for whatever reason, it's always placed like the first one I see, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? And then she randomly just says Homestuck, and it just imprinted on my mind. So I started reading this thing called Homestuck. And okay, feelings are complicated about it.
I'm glad I impregnated your mind with the concept of Homestuck. I'm glad my existence.
And also fucking uwoos. I never used to say that. And today I started talking
the
with you.
omos, though. The omos should not be left out.
Don't forget the words, but I got those from Zactor.
Yeah. Guys.
Okay. So my experience, just in general, just reading the thing, I read it in 2020, and I fully acknowledge I did not engage with the fandom or the comments or like people talking about Homestuck. I had zero prior experience to people who already read it. We're talking about it. So it was just this thing called Homestuck, a comic. And then I started reading it. So zero engagement throughout. Most of the stuff I have is just stuff I already thought about while reading it. Oh boy.
Your experience is purely based on the art, which is
it's fucking amazing. I can't imagine what that is like. That is so you are like a pure summer child, as the undriven fresh snow in the moonlit night. You're like an angel. You're an angel, NoNeedBruh. You're like a pure crystalline form of true purity and goodness. You're not corrupt.
And I'm about to be pulled down to hell by talking with you two.
You have not read Karkat X Eridan Torture Fix.
You haven't listened to Carkalicious so many times. The lyrics have been ingrained into your body. NoNeedBruh, have you even seen Let's See How Far We've Come AMV?
We should do a viewing of that at the end. We'll
of course.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's what permeated my personal Homestuck experience was the fan culture. So I wish to hear the new bright experience of Homestuck from your pure, untainted vision.
Okay, so before we actually get into the actual thought and full discussion, I just want to hear you two, your actual, how did you read it, when it happened and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Psymid, who's first?
You go.
Okay, so when I was a young lass in high school, I too heard about this thing called Homestuck. And I looked it up, and it had the opening page with John in his room. I'd heard about it from DeviantArt, where I'd seen all the excessive troll art. I look up Homestuck, and I see this picture of John. I'm like, that doesn't look right. But after several goes around, I realized that no, this was the beginning of Homestuck. And these weird grey aliens. Not there.
So you were part of the fandom, you actually went out of your way to.
Well, yeah, I was. Here's the thing about the Homestuck fandom: it was everywhere. You couldn't go onto DeviantArt without seeing troll faces. You couldn't go onto Tumblr without seeing Homestuck flood the place. In peak Homestuck, it was inescapable. A flood of fan content, a dirge of creative bliss that flooded and was inescapable at the time.
Yeah.
And this is right after our Cascade, I think, was when I got into it, and that was also one of the peaks of the fan creation
because
content.
that was that was everything so far had built up to that. Literally every single thing in the comic culminated in that moment. Yeah.
Yes, so that's when I got in. I got in right after our Cascade. Literally right after, because it was flooding my feeds, and I was interested. I read it. I read through our Cascade in less than a week.
Damn.
I got current very quickly.
Shoot.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I blasted through the last 4,000 pages in 2 days.
Yeah, it's possible. You just gotta commit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was I was reading it in school. I wasn't paying attention. I was all into it, and I got all in to Homestuck, deep into the fan community, engaging in it really hard. CTOL is a shortening of Cuddle Soul, which is a shortening again of Cuddle Solix, which was, in fact, my Homestuck RP blog name. That was me.
I love it.
Yes, I was this unholy abomination of a Solix online. That tells you something about me and about me at that time. And that's how I engaged with Homestuck. Psymid.
So
go.
I kind of got into it a little bit. in like middle school, my friends one day, it was the girl who would go on to be my girlfriend currently, and our mutual best friend at the time. And
Bless you.
But you are an anime protagonist. This is just
listen. You know, so there one morning, they're like, "Hey, have you I remember this vividly. There's a poster like on a wall, like someone drew something on a wall, and then apparently these two had talked about this thing called Homestuck before, and they said, "Oh, this looks like Homestuck," and I said, "What is that? What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Oh, it's a webcomic. You'd really like it." And I'm like, "Reading? No, that's for suckers." And then it took me like a few more months for them to convince me to like read it. And you know, even then, I you know, when I was a child, I could not like understand the thoughts that I had in my brain, but I think I was like immediately enraptured with the aesthetic, just because, like, oh, this is the most like me thing there is. Like it's you know, 2010s culture, like late 2000s, early 2010s culture, boiled down into like a fucking catalyst of style and reference that is just fucking like hooked me instantly. I didn't. Okay, so there was this YouTube channel, and I forget what the fuck their name used to be because they changed it. But they produced a series of a video series called Let's Read Homestuck.
Oh, I remember this.
Where it was like shitty fucking YouTube voice actors who liked Homestuck or whatever, like fucking it's like fuck what's his name?
Octopimp?
Octopimp and like yeah, all like there's a bunch of other motherfuckers, but he's the main one. He's like probably the most popular.
He's the one who really shaped the Eridan voice, you know?
Yes, he fucking did. But I listened to these because I didn't know at the time, but like I you know, reading weird, I didn't understand that I may have had some like minor form dyslexia at the time. But I really enjoyed my time with it, and it got cut up in like a few months. It was actually like a pretty decent way into Act 6. I would say, let me see. I'm gonna go try to find like the exact.
Oh boy, Act 6. Act 6.
Don't, dude. Anyway.
Okay, this is for later, but just remember, Act 6 did change everything.
Yeah.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
Undoubtedly. No one could argue differently.
So, it was some point, I don't know. It was before, they stopped before Openbound, where you play as Mina Pisces.
Pisces, yeah.
And that's where I picked up, like, I went to the actual fucking website myself, and I started picking it up from there. And I don't know, man. To this day, I feel like I experienced Homestuck in a way that maybe wasn't ideal. Like I should have just like sat down and read it all instead of like having weird voice actors on the internet talk it to me. And this kind of ties back in the fact that I have like an existential fear about going back and rereading it because like I don't I don't know. Like I feel like I'm not like a. I mean, I am a real fucking Homestuck fan. Obviously, like I was super fucking in. I was in like the mid to late stage, like fandom, quote unquote. I was in like Google Plus boards and fucking. I was on Tumblr and I was drawing like
Oh
goofy
my
little
God.
fan art.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and like.
Yeah,
fucking...
I got in a bit earlier than you, didn't I?
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, you're just older than me, so that makes sense. But yeah, basically, I got caught up probably like early to mid Act 6, and it was during one of those huge pauses.
Yes.
It was the
Was it like the Giga pause or the Omega pause, or
it was whatever the first one was.
Okay.
Whatever that
Okay,
first
so we did live to the like 1 year pause.
Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to think. Yes, I got cut up very. So yeah, there was a big pause, and then it was game over. Game over. That was like the first thing. Game over was the first thing that like I saw after I was caught up. And then I had to wait another fucking year. I think that's how that worked. It was a year after Game over until shit started trucking along on its own.
Yeah, that was a rough time.
Yeah. It's so weird because I shotguns Homestuck so hard and so fast, and then the only stuff I had was the fandom because
yes.
And you know, that's when I would go onto YouTube at fucking 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., watch all the Octopimp videos, watch all the fucking like comic dubs, look at all the goddamn fucking like John/Jade incest shipping.
Oh my god, yeah, the panty sniffing one.
You know that one. You know that one artist.
Yes!
You know who I'm fucking talking about. Yeah,
I followed them.
Oh man.
God, that was so fucking weird. I loved it. That also really says something about me, doesn't it?
I mean, you know, as a child, I was like, whoa, what if, like, you know, that Homestuck. I think I experienced it. I was never a very as a kid. I never like thought about like shit that much. I guess you could say I was kind of an NPC. I just like kind of hung out in my room and I played video games and I built with Legos.
Yeah.
But
geez, Rick.
So when I like read Homestuck, it was like my first like real genuine like time that I had considered concepts like what it would mean to like have a romantic relationship or be sexually intimate with someone or like have someone that you care about die.
Yeah.
And, like I don't know, man.
Homestuck introduced the white boy to existential dread.
I have.
I don't think Homestuck is a good influence, though. Like, we're gonna get into it, but god damn, the way they handle some stuff is not.
No, and like, listen, like in my mind, like I'm not trying to blame it. All I'm trying to say is that like through this and like other internet culture, I think I developed like complexes that related to both like physical and emotional intimacy and like dealing with trauma that like make my brain weird. I don't know if that's just me extrapolating it to Homestuck or if I'm actually overlooking genuine shit that happened to me. I don't know, man. It's probably both.
I mean, it could be both. Like, okay, so like Dave, right?
Yeah.
Like let's at the beginning, Dave, right? What was your opinion of Bro in the beginning?
The Bro, he's a fucking badass who looks after his brother, and he's like like he sticks up for Dave. He's a little hard on him fucking sometimes, but like he'll tell you what's what. He'll cut a meteor in half. He'll fight a dog squid man, and he'll be a badass. He's a cool dude.
Is that still your opinion of him?
Like, I don't know. Like, Cecil, here's the thing. I don't fucking know how I feel about Bro Strider. And when I say that, I mean I don't know how I feel about fucking Homestuck.
That's valid. I'm not saying that's
what
invalid.
What
I'm
did
just
to
saying
Ghostwriters, what they did to the entirety of fucking Homestuck, where like, yeah, like, oh, he was like this cool fucking dude, and everything was like chill and jive.
Okay, but it happened in Act 6. Like, okay, we do need to preface this. Act 6 was not... They changed and manipulated so much stuff. And here's the thing. Me speaking as a 20-year-old, I was reading Homestuck, and I did intentionally pick up on, okay, he's not the best parent. And I did, like, pick up on this stuff. I fucking analyzed every line. And it got excruciatingly boring. Like, as a 20-year-old, like, I did that. And when I reached the bros like moment, I wasn't like, oh my god, it all makes sense now. I was like, you are pushing it. Like how you pushed everything in Act 6 in so many different ways.
I think
so
the
weird,
thing with
right?
Bro Strider is actually that when it comes to all the other strifes with all the other kids, right? None of them are in any actual danger, except for Dave. Dave is the only one who could have feasibly been killed by his bro. None of the others were ever in any danger. It was like they were mildly annoyed at their parents, except for Dave.
Yeah, but Dave. Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, not
it's so
talking
weird
the
too.
actual extent. Okay, we're not talking the actual existential good of it, because here's the thing. Dave saved everyone so many times that here's the thing. If Dave wasn't there, everybody in Homestuck would just be dead. Like that's
I know.
He's the fucking goat. He's the coolest character. He's the coolest dude ever.
Yeah, no, I hard agree. I'm not saying anything other than that. I know this is all purposeful and that it led Dave to be the character he was. Yeah. I'm just saying, Bruce Strider was an abuser and was always an abuser, and it was played off early on, and maybe later on, Hussey took a look at that and thought, "Holy fuck! I made an abusive parent a really cool guy, and everyone idolizes him. Maybe that's not a good thing."
I mean, in my mind, yes,
I do not even think that actually.
You can do that.
Bro Strider is okay. He's a
okay. Go.
Okay. Do we want to get into do we want this to be the first topic? It's talking about Act 6.
No, maybe we should start with Act 1.
Yeah. Okay. I think. Yeah. Okay. So we are making it a policy that we will not jump ahead to Act 6 from now on. From this point forward, we will go linearly as
because I do have a thesis. I do have a
thesis. We may in fact get sidetracked as Homestuck does, jumping around time-wise, but we will do our best.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave all that stuff until we reach Act 6 because I want to get into the actual structure and how Homestuck is done. Because it's
what do you mean?
Okay, when I was reading Homestuck, the structure was apparent from the beginning, and I was slightly frustrated by it because here's how it goes. Now, time for graphs, guys. Time for graphs. Now, open your big brain with me.
Okay.
At any given point in Homestuck, there is around like 3 to 4 like ongoing plot points, and here's how it happens. We start at the beginning. And the beginning is fucking boring. For whatever reason, this is the case up until Act 6. Every beginning of every act is the slowest thing in existence. And that's fine. Okay, whatever. I got you.
Well, because it's all set up, obviously.
No, I'm gonna get into that. I'm just gonna get into that. Okay.
Let's let the man finish.
It starts off really fucking slow. And then just as soon as something about to happen, we're about to get into the middle part. You know, there is a beginning, middle, and a climax. Just as soon as we're about to get to the middle part, we jump to a completely different point. And we start again at the slowest fucking beginning. And then, as soon as that beginning is about to get into its own middle part, we jump into the third narrative. And as soon as that narrative is about to just start, it just starts like just a bit. And then we return to the first plot point. And then we continue to the middle. And then we keep doing this. And it all culminates into the final animation of each act. I noticed this. And I hated it. But at the same time, I was like, okay. Each act is like, I don't know, a couple hundred pages, you know. I don't mind waiting until the end of an act to reach the culmination. Even though it's frustrating to just stop action for no reason. Just so we could have this side tangent I do not care about. But guess what? Each act got longer and longer and longer until we reached Act 6. And I did want to shoot myself.
NoNeedBruh, do you know about the way Homestuck was originally constructed?
No. Please enlighten
Homestuck, initially, you know how it says, it asks the question and then John does the thing. And it's like it's a bunch of random... Those were fan interactions. Those were reader suggestions. The first 4 acts, maybe even the first 5,
he continued a little bit in Act 5.
Yeah. All plot points were decided, like all the things that were happening were decided by people who were reading.
Okay.
So that explains part of that. Like they were constantly asking for stupid shit, and he picked and chose.
Okay, but this simultaneously makes it way more impressive and way more maddening that when we reached Act 6, this problem fucking exploded in my face. Like, the amount of time spent on the down low is so much. Like, nothing happens for so long. And this is like, listen, we're not talking about Act 6 now, but in Act 5, Act 1, the first part, it was so slow that I dropped Homestuck twice while I was reading that because, like, nothing is happening. What is going on? But then Act 6, Act 2 started, and I was like, oh my god, this is good again. But then I got hit with the goddamn nuke when I finished Act 5. And then my soul was indeed shattered. And I did lose all hope.
Homestuck is like, so it's like peaks and valleys, right? But it also suffers from the concept of nuclear decay, because so when your peaks and valleys are closer together, there's not as long as of a decay time. But
yes,
when you have fucking Jane Crocker and like Dirk fucking bitch fucker like talking about how they want to be gay and touch butts, I don't know, man. It's mind-boggling that they thought it was fucking okay to spend as long as they did on literally nothing. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about fucking Homestuck, right? Is that it's all foreshadowing. Everything that happens in Homestuck
unnecessarily. I do not think a story needs this much goddamn foreshadowing.
No, here's what I have to say about it. It's interesting. It's interesting that this is how it fucking is.
Yes, but it did. But the more it gone on, the more it collapsed under its own weight.
Yes, yeah, that's why I say about that's what I mean about the nuclear decay, because after a while, your valley will start to sink under its own fucking decomposition rate. And then where are you? You're in a fucking slog. You're slogging through 12 characters who we've never fucking met before and have only heard about alternate universe versions of in a story that might not have actually happened. What? I don't know, man.
Can I just talk about the exposition? Like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I was never fucking confused, but there was so much exposition about stuff that I already knew, and so much repeating conversation was like, I already knew what are you gonna say. I already know where this is gonna end. But then the conversation is so long that you just keep scrolling and scrolling, and I'm like, oh my god, it never ends.
And Homestuck is all about characterization, right? It's all about characterization. It's all about, so these characters, they inhabit this kooky, crazy world, and we see their characterization. Their characterization is put on display in the ways that they interact with the systems, with the interesting systems that they're faced with. This is an interesting model. I love it. It's why all the characters are unique and interesting in their own fucking way. But it gets so huge, it gets so bloated that when you introduce.
Can we talk about Calliope? Can we talk about fucking Calliope?
We're moving.
Oh no, Calliope stays until the end. I think another thing is to take into consideration with the way they re-explain things often and often throughout the beginning and continuing on, is just the amount of time between everything.
Yeah.
It's like how have you ever at all binged a shonen anime?
Yes.
Yes, I
You know
did.
how every episode begins with a recap of the episode you just watched for like a minute.
Yeah, and you have to like hit the forward arrow like a few times, like skip past it.
Yeah. It's because they expect you to have watched it a week ago. Like when he was making these, if he wasn't having them one after another, bam, 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 you were reading it every day in like small chunks. He knows, it's been a while since this was brought up. Let me refresh them. It's basically that. I'm not saying that that's a good or a bad thing. I'm just saying it's a reasonable thing.
No, this is one of many ways
who is actually reading it.
Yeah, this is one of many ways in that what I mean when I say Homestuck is very of its time.
Yeah.
Because I understood that when I was reading it, and most of it was already out.
Okay, I genuinely think Homestuck. I understand. Homestuck was a. Okay, I guess we can get into this right now. Sincerity versus fucking teams and the meta. Homestuck at the beginning, even though I guess I should just say this now. To me, it wasn't the most amazing thing in existence. I didn't have profound experience while reading, but the bottom line, I still think it's good. But it's good. But then, the moment I did reach Act 5, which is literally half the fucking story, it did genuinely destroy my opinion of it in a bad way.
Oh, you mean Act 6? You mean Act 6?
Yes, which is literally half the story, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the main point of it is sincerity versus teams and meta. Because like at the beginning, there was so many like little moments that were just like, cool and neat, and the characters were doing stuff. But okay, for example, Dave Strider, when you first meet Dave and you get like the prompt to name Dave, what does he do? He just grabs the sword and cuts down the name.
No, he's like, no, fuck you. That's dumb. That's retarded.
Yes, and then his glasses fucking shine. And it's just like neat and cool and whatever. And then we move on. And then he does stuff. And then the meter gets summoned. And the bird and all this kooky wacky shit. But then when we reach the fucking literal half, the other half of the story, we're just about the meta and John retconning everything. And everything has to be about the story. You're not actually reading a story. The characters are the story, and they know it, and they have to manipulate it. And oh boy, isn't it weird that? Oh my god! I just hate this. I actually.
I mean, the stories. Do you dislike the story's like about itself a bit, and that's kind of like cringe, bro.
Homestuck is a series of cold opens that understands their own meta text, and when you do it at the beginning of the comic, it's fucking cool, and you learn about what's going on diegetically. And when you see the intermission, it's like, what the hell is this? This is some kooky, weird bullshit. Who are all these green guys? Who are all these black guys? We don't know, but we'll find out soon, because Andrew Hussey has already proven to us that he can and will deliver on unanswered questions, because he's done it in the past and he's done other setups, and it's well fucking conveyed.
Yeah, but then it became about teams. Then it became about the meta. That's what it isn't. At the beginning,
when you say teams, you mean like the alphas, the betas, and then you have like the Dancestors with the trolls and stuff like that.
Are you saying team Muzz or team Nuz?
No.
Themes.
Themes. I see. Excuse me. I apologize.
Sorry, I thought you said teams. I thought you were talking about how like everyone was split up into their own different. Like,
I'm sorry for my funny accent.
Yeah.
You should be, honestly. Really hinders the conversation, NoNeedBruh.
Because
I'm gonna go die now.
When your meta is so. When you let your meta and poison your fucking brain so much that like
it became the story.
The meta becomes a story because when you do Cascade, and then the literal next thing is we're doing the start of Act 1 and the start of Act 5, Act 1, and the start of the intermission all over again, and we've cleared the slate, and the fact that things are familiar. Like the fact that like you're supposed to understand the meta is the only like thing that you have to latch onto, while you still trust, like there's still that trust of I know you're gonna follow through on this because you've done it before.
He doesn't.
But it feels so fucking hollow.
He doesn't.
It feels so fucking hollow. It's such a Like, it's a blue ball. It's so empty.
Okay. When I say quote unquote teams with H guys.
Yeah, themes.
When I say teams and meta, yeah. When I say that, here's the for example, this is the biggest example. Andrew Hussey does show up at the beginning of the comic, but it's funny, and he's there for like 2 pages, and it's like, wow, that's neat. You know, he can have that. He's the writer. This is whatever. But then in Act 6, he literally just has dialogue with Lord English. He's the one who's making Lord English do stuff, and I'm just like sitting there, being like, why? Why couldn't this just be the character doing stuff? Why do you have to be literally the writer of the story, having pages upon pages upon pages of dialogue with your own characters? Is this about to like supposed to be clever? Am I supposed to be impressed? Because I wasn't. I was just bored.
I think that's a valid take, honestly.
Okay, it's just self-indulgence. Like I feel at the beginning he had a good idea and he had like a narrative or whatever, and he wanted to tell that narrative. But then when he reached the literal latter half of the story, he was like, you know what? Maybe I should like. You know, Gamzee? Gamzee's a kooky character. Let's explore Gamzee. Let's just make him do stuff. Let's like random. Oh boy, Lord English, he's not actually a character in the comic. He literally can't talk to the author. Isn't that like, whatever? Oh, you know what? Jake? Fuck Jake. Jake is just gonna have this entire arc for the entirety of Act 6, but then we're just gonna forget about him.
I mean, that's Jake's entire character, really, and it's sad.
But like, yeah, it's so like
it felt bad because it was looking. This was going somewhere, but then it turns out no. The actual point was no, it was not going anywhere. And not only Jake, Jade, Calliope, everyone, even John, the main actual character of the comic. Turns out no, there wasn't any actual story or character or payoff. He just was gonna do the thing, and that was it. Bye. That setup, fuck it.
Hey. So, I'm sorry. And by I'm sorry, I mean I'm not sorry. Homestuck 2 actually really expands upon all of these problems. All of these problems, I feel like it's far more prevalent, and like Jake gets shit on in Homestuck, yes. Jake gets shit on even more in Homestuck 2. John, you say like barely being a character. In the epilogue, there is a point in time where Dirk, who is the bad guy of Homestuck 2, spoilers, it sucks. Like literally is like, yeah, John's not actually important. He is just my puppet. And I feel like that's probably how you kind of feel about like Hussey and Homestuck right now. Am I correct? Am I not correct?
Nothing went anywhere. And here's the thing. The problem is, viewer, if you didn't know, am I correct in saying this? Isn't Act 6 literally 4,000 pages? Like, am I misremembering?
It's half the comic.
Yes, it's half the comic. Act 6 is literally half the comic, and the majority of it is just setup. And setup that goes nowhere. There is no collide. There is no actual cool stuff that happens at the end. It just ends. And I'm like, why? Why did I read this? Which felt so weird. Because this is supposed to be like the longest act. So it's expected to be like something's gonna happen. No, nothing happens.
Homestuck builds itself up so much, but like it had lost so much momentum by the time it was approaching the end that it crumbled under its own fucking weight. That's what I think fucking happened.
Let's just literally go to the actual fucking just small snippet of the end. What happens at the end? They defeat Beck Noir and Beck White. They defeat like Lord English but guess what? All these characters are from like Act 4. We already knew them, but they were just sitting there waiting to be defeated at the end of Act 6. Act 6 brought nothing new. Like, what the fuck?
But don't you love all these kooky, colorful Tumblr characters who you're friends with? Don't you love them? You can make
there really was that strong parasocial element of Homestuck, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Like at least I don't know if you felt this, NoNeedBruh, but in during the thick of it, like especially for me, and maybe this is just because I was a youth in a bad part of my life. They were my quote-unquote friends. I had a very strong parasocial bond with a lot of the characters in Homestuck. And I feel like that was also part of the of its popularity, of its mass appeal, was that strong parasocial element that that developed combined with like the sincerity of Tumblr around that time.
Homestuck.
Yeah, it's combined with the sincerity of Tumblr around that time, like sincerity culture. I feel like that and the strong characterization and the attachment to these kooky characters really, really cemented it as like one of the top things. Like I think that's a huge part of why it was
because
popular.
everyone is so charismatic. Everyone has such a definite
yes, literally, yes. Here's the thing. My point is everybody does stuff in early Homestuck. In later Homestuck, people just sit around and do literally nothing. And then we have, listen, this is what I mean when I say meta and teams, because here's the thing. He just had an idea and a point and just wanted to do them. Like, for example, the epilogues, the main idea behind the epilogues is we are not relevant anymore. We need to be relevant again. Like, if I understand it, that's the main thing. And that's a cool idea. But that's how I feel about the entirety of Act 6. He had some cool ideas, and he just destroyed everything in the story to have them in there.
Yeah, if he wanted, it's so weird to look at it as a whole and like see at the beginning all of these super cool badass characters like fucking
he
shit
had
up.
a story and he turned it into a fucking idea.
Yeah.
I mean, for example,
like why not? Why not?
Example,
yeah.
Okay, I just have one, and I'm gonna let you go. Like, for example, Terezi and Karkat, like romance and stuff. Why didn't Hussy do it? Why didn't Hussy do it? I'll tell you now, because I just spent what after I finished Homestuck, I tried to sift through. I tried to build an image of the man himself, and through the notes and through like the epilogues and a little bit of Homestuck too. And I did try to like build an image. Like, why didn't Kakarot and Terezi happen? Oh, I don't know. It wasn't interesting enough. That's it. He just didn't find it interesting.
Here's the thing, right? Karkat and Terezi were incredibly interesting if you looked at them from the if you looked at them from the perspective of the area they were raised. Because Hussy, at least in comic, it was very clear that what Karkat felt for Terezi wasn't troll romance. It wasn't a flushed quadrant. He felt human love for Terezi. That's
we get into that stuff now? Let's just fucking get into it now.
No, because I'm into it. That's what he felt for Terezi, and the concept of like Karkat a troll organically feeling that emotion for another troll, having been raised and genetically created for that to be like an alien concept is incredible. But enemies to friends to lovers, friends to enemies to lovers to friends, friends to enemies to friends to lovers. More important, also lesbians.
Isn't it awesome how he dropped the entire concept? It just became human romance.
Yeah, like
it just became human romance. Like that entire thing. It was just used to have bad stuff happen in the story. Like they keep. Oh my god! In early Homestuck, they keep talking about how the black coordinates or whatever. Like the dark romance, the evil stuff.
Black
romance. Had its place. Yes, it had its place. It has its meaning or whatever. But then, when you look at this story, all the stuff with the black romance just caused all the problems for no reason. And then everything just ended up with human romance. At the end, it just... Oh my god.
Yeah.
The characterization of the troll.
With black romance as like the major shipping person, I'm gonna go all in, Simon. You're gonna have to put me down if you want to shut me up. Yeah, but the thing with black romance, conceptually, and maybe this is like NoNeedBruh, tell me if this is like an incorrect perception. But the whole point of it is supposed to be that people in a black quadrant push each other to be better by like basically like kind of shaming each other and being super aggressive to each other. Like, the whole point of black romance is supposed to be...
I'll fucking tell you. It started out that way, but turns out it's just human romance. He just turned it into human romance at the end. All the black stuff, it literally makes you evil and insane, and you shouldn't have that. And I'm like...
No, I liked the original concept far more. The interesting idea of having a system in which that kind of thing, that kind of like engagement is important and valuable. I liked that. I liked it so much. It was really good. Aridin did nothing wrong.
Can I?
Go,
Simon. I'm gonna give my theory.
Okay.
The Condense is a fascist, right?
This is true.
So from my perspective, troll culture, and we get a counter perspective of this when we meet the Dancestors. This is the only benefit that comes out of those fucking characters. Is that troll society is modeled to form perfect soldiers for the Condense to expand her rule, right?
Not just that. It's the combined with the biological lifespan differences. This is canon. I'm pretty sure it's canon that like low bloods live shorter lives than high bloods.
Shorter. Her imperial condescension is thousands of years old.
Yeah, so like her fascistic rule isn't just because it's because she can live long enough to hold on to it.
Right. And so she can set up systems in place that will bend the youth to be perfect mind slaves, whether that be literal or metaphorical.
And that system fucking failed.
No, but listen, wait. So culturally, troll society is designed to fuck up these kids, have them like kill each other and fucking survive as literal infants. And if you are lucky enough to fucking survive, then your entire fucking culture is filled with like murderous, hostile other like kids and teenagers who just want to fucking kill each other to prove that they're the best, so that they can be fucking the queen's like little pet. And it is I feel like my theory is that the system of troll romance that they have is literally just societal brainwashing to encourage this model soldier citizen class that is like fucking encouraged.
I mean, partially, but also the Condense did not create Lucidi, and a big part of the violence of society is that Lucidi need to, like, it's a symbiotic relationship.
Okay.
Again, Aaron, on my Aaron did nothing wrong tangent.
Yeah.
Teferi is supposed to be feeding her Lucis lest it scream and kill everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
Because she is incredibly powerful. She has an incredibly powerful Lucis to take care of her. She shirks that responsibility onto Eridin in exchange for a pale romance, a Moirail ship where she is supposed to support him. Her job is to support each other, not just her support him. Both of them support each other emotionally in a support system type of relationship in which they can help each other like mentally through the horrors of this world. I don't think the Condense made Lucidi because like the mother grub is basically a Lucis that is the way that they breed themselves.
Yeah.
So perhaps
it's all Lord English. Didn't you know Cetul? He's responsible for everything, but also he's gonna die by the laws of the actual universe. It's a time loop. It's perfect. Everything is planned. Everything is just boring. I hate this.
Guys, Lord English, green. The mother grub, green.
Money! Green! Money was created by Lord English to enslave us!
Oh, the felt. I get it.
Damn it, I was going with anti-capitalism joke.
Yeah. So, okay. But my point about the Dancestors was that their culture is supposed to, like a Feferi alternate is supposed to be in charge, so it's not like a fucked up hell world.
I mean, it kind of is in a different way.
Right?
It's
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
It's like pity. She like pity in the kind of way that we humans see it, where it's like the low bloods can't take care of themselves, and they're like all helicopter parented by the state, kind of low-key.
Yeah, I mean that that all is to say, I feel like they could have done something interesting if they contrasted the type of romance that they have
No,
in
Simon, you don't understand. It's not an interesting meta idea. We're gonna sacrifice all fucking narrative for the sake of the meta. It's all about the meta, my dude.
Yeah.
By the way,
I literally just
dear
came up
viewer,
with this idea.
dear listener, if you didn't guess, my entire thesis for Homestuck is it started out good, but then the dude just got obsessed with one-upping himself in every aspect that he's just destroyed the narrative.
I'm not gonna say you're wrong because I can't. I can see how over time someone could become that way, over the process of creating your artwork. Homestuck was like constantly called Hussey's magnum opus. His other works far dwarfed by Homestuck's enormity. So like I can see it.
I perfectly respect the guy. And here's the thing. I literally know the moment you start a project and it keeps getting bigger and you work on it for longer and longer, like you are easily swayed by your own just instincts and just buying into your own hype. But then it's so strange. It's so strange. It's like so much stuff just got shuffled for the sake of having and what I assume he presumed as an interesting, like for example, Terezi and Kakrat, no, that's not interesting, so it won't happen. Roxy and John, no, because like he met her for a day. That's so unrealistic. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? Literally.
Nothing. Hey, did you read enough of the epilogues to know that in one universe, John does get indeed with Miss Roxy?
Is that fucking true?
But it's supposed to be the bad universe.
It's not Miss, it's they them. Because Roxy's like got gender issues.
But what if I already thought Roxy was anyway, any fucking way. In the words of another artist who has fallen into the black hole of their own ego, Andrew Hussey let his art completely eat him. Yeah.
I don't disagree with that statement.
So, what if I was like a kid? What if I was like 16 in high school and I didn't know who I was and I was struggling with my identity and I thought I projected onto Roxy Alon because like haha kooky blonde girl, like that's what I want to be, and she's like funny and like haha silly and like oh no she has
an alcoholism problem,
substance abuse problems, but like that doesn't mean she's broken. And I love her, and I projected
literally not. It's so weird. They keep taking the most boring decisions.
And you felt like wow, there's a kinship between me and this character, and you projected the fact that she was a trans girl onto her, and then 3 years later, some fucking like shit tier fucking fan fiction writers were like, no, fuck you. Anyway, continue.
I mean, trans girl. I was expecting trans man, but no, like they them. Then like kind of non-binary.
All right.
I think the best thing about the epilogues gender-wise with gender bullshit is that Calliope is exploring gender as a being that typically does not have gender, and like
that's great. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, it goes from being like he, like she, her, to like he, him, to like they, them, like they're exploring it, and people asking, "Hey, what's the go?" And they're like, "I don't know, I'm just figuring it out." That's cool. Sorry, I just like that.
No, that's fine. That's nice. Calliope is a cute character. It's
I like how he said we were going to do chronologically, but now we're everywhere. We're in the
epilogues. Yes, we are Homestuck now. I just want to say it's so okay to talk about like values in Homestuck and like actual stuff that the characters go through. I feel like I have to separate the actual narrative because the stuff that's happening gets actual nonsensical by the end, and it makes zero sense. But I'm supposed to be like, no, but you see, even though that stuff is bad and bullshit and it came out of nowhere, way later in the epilogues, we just have it now. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
if you were to ask me what the themes of Homestuck were, if like cold, if I hadn't been talking about it, I would probably say some shit like, oh, the importance of your family and friends, and how existentialism, like living in an existential hell world, is like bad for people and kids. But like, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about the end of that comic, and I don't think those themes were really addressed in a way that
at all. Literally nothing happened. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And like, I'm sure you tell me to read the epilogues and read Homestuck too.
Oh no, I will not tell you to read the epilogues.
No, do not do that, please.
Okay. All right.
No, I wouldn't, because here's the thing. Here's the thing with the epilogues. The epilogues is a fan fiction in the way that it continues a story, but it has one fascism bad kind of, because fascism's coming back again, but it's pizza cutter. It's all edge, no point. That's what it is.
Yes.
Like, if there is a point, it's buried deep in there.
No,
and it's not that I enjoy it as like a pizza cutter piece of work. It's like, because I love edgy stuff. And I think that's a pretty valid way of consuming it. And I can understand why you might want a little more. But I also get how, for a lot of people who read it back when it came out, Homestuck was a lot more than just the comic. And it was the experience. And the experience was a lot more community driven.
Homestuck is like, so you have like a big lake, you have a sea, and there's an island in the middle of that sea, and in the middle of that sea there is a tower. That tower is Homestuck. And what Andrew Hussey is doing is building that fucking tower. And slowly the people are gathering around the island, and their boats are in the sea. And soon enough, the sea is full of boats, and he has stacked the tower so high that you cannot see the top. And then just when you think it's like you don't know when it started happening, but you can see that up at the top, the tower is starting to fucking fall over because he fucked it. And then it falls on you and you die.
Okay, I have some weird analogy to yours. Here's the thing. If we think about it as a tower, I think he started building the tower, and it was a fucking tower. But at some point, he just discovered how to build stuff without gravity. So he just started putting random shit up in the air, and it just kept going up with zero foundation.
Yeah.
He it's like he started Minecraft. He assumed things needed foundation because he saw that sand existed.
Yeah.
And so he built it, and it was like it had a kind of stable base, and maybe it wasn't the best, it was a bit amateurish, but he liked it. I think when it went with that sea thing and like the people on the sea, I think it's like in that people on the sea grew like an entire like city on the sea surrounding this tower, wanting to see the splendor of this tower. But eventually, it took so long for the tower to get made, people started making their own things. They made houses upon the seas. They made little chateaus, little mansions. It was all very wonderful. And in the end, the tower is just this big thing in the middle of all these wonderful other little things.
All these beautiful little undertales built along the coast.
Yeah,
and that's the best part about Homestuck. Undertale exists. Thank you, Homestuck. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yes, Homestuck best comic because Undertale exists.
Homestuck walked so Undertale could run.
Literally, yes.
I think Homestuck's done a lot of. Have you heard of Prologue? I think that's the name of it.
Let me look it up.
It is a. I'm pretty sure it's Prologue. Or maybe it's something else. Comic.
I did the same thing. I looked up Prologue and it just gave me the fucking Prologue.
Prequel.
Oh.
Prequel, not Prologue. Prequel. It's basically a comic about a Khajiit based in the word. It's based in a different world.
Yeah.
But it is Homestuck. It is Homestuck in the way that there is a series of images and a lot of text going through the events, and every event is taken with from fan input from the community.
Oh, this is literally just Homestuck.
It really is,
Oh,
and
it's good.
it's glorious. I love it. It's been going on for ages.
Okay,
And it's a lot
can
more.
we just get? I guess we should just talk about the fan stuff a little bit, because like it boggles my mind how at the beginning he was just getting fan suggestions to put stuff in, but it was good. But then when he just did his own thing, it just became bad. Like how?
Well, listen, Andrew always did this thing where he would extrapolate viewer input for a while, then go back to the question bucket. But it's when he discounted them completely that things got off the rails, you know. Because and I can understand from a crafter of a narrative standpoint, because like I write a lot.
Even the epilogues are so bad in so many ways. Here's the biggest one that just insults me personally. It's supposed to be like fan fiction, you know? That's why it's bad. And all the
epilogue is fan fiction. Andrew Hussey didn't write it.
Yeah, but
he helped. He was a collaborator.
Fan fiction.
Yes, he was one of the 3 people in it. Okay, but like here's the thing. Homestuck has so much genuine good fan fiction. Like for example, Act fucking Omega.
Oh yes. Shout out to Act Omega. You're doing God's work. We love you.
Yes, like I just like here's the thing, because I just like gone through Act Omega and was like, oh my god, it started it where I wanted to, and immediately Jake just like talks to Dirk, and they're like, you know, we're cool, and then Jake says the stuff, and I'm like, yes, please say the stuff, and it happened on screen, and then in no time the content shows up, and a fight scene happens, and everything explodes, and action is moving. It is then Act Omega is Homestuck without the shitty intermissions and the fucking jumping through narratives. No, it just isn't. Act Omega, we have the main cast, you know, the one about to create a new universe, and we have Vriska fighting Lord English, and that's it. And I'm like, oh my god, it feels so good to just watch the story happen instead of just waiting for it to happen for hundreds upon thousands of pages where bullshit jack shit. What the fuck?
No need, bruh.
Yes,
I like the intermissions.
Some of them were funny, but like we didn't need an intermission after every event.
No, we really like. I feel like an act probably should have like rounded up a specific point, and then we could have had a little intermission as a little flavor. And I like that it all came together in the end, but I feel like they could have been used more effectively.
Oh my
but
god!
Yeah, no.
I cannot understand. I cannot understand. I'm sorry, Simon.
Some of those moments in like the later intermissions were like some of the best I felt about late Homestuck, because it was these characters who I like loved and had these connections to, who I was actually seeing like interact in a way that reminded me of, you know, when I was excited to read this fucking comic.
Oh, did you love? I wonder, Simon, did you fucking love about the intermissions? As soon as they end, and you're expecting, oh my god, these characters are finally gonna meet. The plot is finally gonna happen. But no, the plot doesn't happen. We just have random ghost girl puts on a ring, and then she just jumps back, and then like separates them. And John is quote unquote jumping through reality, doing jack shit. And I'm like, why?
He's doing what Teresi told him because she's the smarter one.
No, this is before Game Over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but because it is then. I spent Act 6. What kept me going was, okay, the ship is gonna jump out the window, the meter is gonna crash, and cool stuff is gonna happen. But then it didn't. But then John just randomly gets super reality hyperpowers and just disappears for a couple of pages. And then we have random ghost Vriska puts on a ring and then shows up. And then Jade gets control and she teleports everybody away, and then they cannot meet, and then game over happens. And I'm just sitting there being like, why? Literally, why? This is like the most bored slash what the fuck is going on I ever felt while consuming a piece of media.
Every time I a few months ago, like probably like 4 months ago, I listened to Arm Retrieval in lieu of rereading Homestuck. And something somebody said who had read it for the first time noted at a like mid Act 5 that the only time that they had focused, they had like put the camera on a doomed timeline was at the beginning of Act 4 when it's Dave and wait, no, it's
3?
it's Rose
I think it's
and
3.
Oh yes, that is Act 3. Isn't it
Yeah,
Rose and
that
Dave?
was one of the coolest moments. Yes,
it's Rose and Dave talking to each other and like talking about how John and Jade are fucking dead and that this is almost certainly a Doom timeline. Like that moment hit me really fucking hard because like we build up like these characters and their friendship and then it just fucking pushes it in your face like, oh, shit is fucked. But here's the twist is that like there's more going on here. There's a deeper layer to why this is happening.
Okay, I just want to ruin your fun. Isn't it awesome how we keep coming up with newer and newer, more convoluted ways to just revive everyone?
Yeah. Oh, because no, wait, right. Oh, how could I fucking forget? Because that Dave is fucking Davesprite. How could I forget?
Yes.
How could I fucking forget that?
Wasn't it cool? Wasn't it cool when you were like sitting there and reading the comic and being like, God damn, Davesprite, kind of a tragic character, but he's still cool and epic, and he saved everyone. But then you reach Act 6, and you put on a win, you come back to life. If you jump from the bubble, there is portal dimension that can just like. What's the difference? No one's dead anymore. Nothing means anything.
Okay, but Dave Peta though.
No, I will. Okay.
Yeah,
Dave
side
Peta,
note about
cool
Dave
character.
fucking Peta. Did you know
Davesprite didn't finish his fucking arc? That's that.
Okay, but did you know Dave Peta and Rose, the cat one? Guess when they're fucking introduced? I just want to tell you to guess.
Like
they're
400 pages before the end, right?
Yes. We have literally around 50 to 100 pages with these two characters, which were just introduced, and the comic is about to end. And I'm like,
I mean, there's no way it wasn't like a haha lol. Look at these new characters, guys. I'm Andrew Hussey.
No, but it took so long, dude. I fucking counted it. They literally have around 100 or so pages, and instead they introduced literally as soon as the comic was about to be over, and I'm like, I know nothing is gonna happen with them because characters that I actually give a fuck about, nothing happened with Jade. Guess what the fuck Jade arc is? Please be asleep, and that's it. And I'm like,
Jade was like, I projected onto Jade like even more than I projected on Roxy because I thought she was a better character.
I was looking forward to Jade so much. I just
and then they took everything from her.
Because she's like she's constantly made as this like haha like I'm a girl joke character, but there's no follow through.
I guess what she just gets put to sleep. She's just asleep, and when she wakes up towards the end, she does nothing. She just gets punched by Big White, and then like does nothing. And that's
you remember when Jade was the only one who could stop like the bad dog boy because he was part her dog and he loved her.
Yeah,
remember that? That was sick. I loved that.
Remember when character did stuff like, for example, I fucking took notes about this. Jake, Jade, Calliope, literally almost everybody else. Their entire character arcs turned out to be, you're not supposed to do anything. And I'm like, that is the most cop-out answer of all time. It's just boring. And this is what I mean when I talk about teams. I think he just thought it's gonna be subversive, but then he did it for every character, including Rose.
Oh man.
I'm stepping away to pee, but I'll be back talking.
Okay. God
Yeah.
damn.
No. God. Yeah. No. I know a lot of my attachment to Homestuck is like.
No, I completely respect that. But
Yeah.
the
No. I know you respect and understand it. It's just. It's hard. It's hard looking back on this thing that I loved. Homestuck is the reason I got my first girlfriend. Homestuck is the reason I had like some of my best friends. And Homestuck was like one of the best.
reason we're on a podcast right now.
Yeah, it's like it's done. I don't know. It's important to me, but I also have to like recognize that like it's a lot more flawed. Like it's I can easily see Homestuck 2 is a fucking shit show, and I love it. I think it's for some reason it's harder for me to say that about Homestuck.
Why
I
didn't
knew
you
Homestuck was a
just hire
shit
the
show.
Act Omega guy?
Hmm.
Literally just do that. Please, Andrew Husky, just cancel Homestuck 2 and hire Act Omega guys. Because they just write stories. Which is
Yeah. How do you feel about like the fan like because it's like you said it was weird about all the fan content, right?
No, it is okay. Specifically about that, from the stuff that I like watched and did, it felt so insulting reading the epilogues when I'm just like, there is so much actual good fan work out there, but no, this is actually fan fiction, you guys, and it's canon, and all the characters are all weird. But that's the point, isn't it? Fucking genius. And I'm like,
Yeah.
we have Act Omega literally right there, just doing stuff.
What
I mean,
is
yeah.
Act Omega? I'm not familiar with it.
Act
Okay,
Omega is like it's basically the end of Homestuck for people who didn't like the end of Homestuck. They did a really good job on it. I remember that much.
They just have characters do stuff. Okay, do you remember how I described Homestuck? I described it the first couple of acts. The dude was telling a story, and it was fine and good, and I loved it. But then the last half of Homestuck, he just had this big meta idea, which ruined everything, and he wanted to subvert every single expectation by just copying out every answer. Act Omega does the complete opposite. When I'm reading Act Omega, I'm just reading a story. And it's satisfying. And it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Act Omega, a lot of people really praise the Act Omega team, and I'm really impressed with their work ethic, like personally. Just putting that out there.
Homestuck stopped feeling like a story when I started. When I was in the thick of Act 6, it stopped feeling like a story. It started feeling like I was just reading some dude's. I have this stuff in my like computer and stuff, and I have like stories when they're not meant to be stories. They're just meant to be like stuff that I think is some cool idea, like a character talking to God, and I'm like, that's neat and cool. But God's like literally me as the writer. But then that's stuff for me. It's not meant for anyone else to read. But when I was reading Homestuck, it just fucking clicked. When I was like, this is stuff I would just write but not publish. Except it's now actually published and part of a story. That was good, but then I just ruined it.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
God.
I think a lot. I was peeing when you guys
the
were talking about
dangerous
this.
thing.
But I have my headphones on in the bathroom. Yeah, like it's so weird. Like I feel like I feel evil when I like complain about Homestuck for an hour. But like but like if I lie to myself, I'll feel even worse. If I lie and say that I didn't feel like it was weird and still did in the end.
Yeah,
it would be even worse.
I was just the thing is that I didn't even process that. I was hyped up for like years worth of like a story to finally end.
Me too. Only after only upon reflection did I ever come to these conclusions.
I mean, I'm only coming to these conclusions now, and it's like sad because it's like, yeah. NoNeedBruh killed Homestuck. Our friendship ended with Homestuck. NoNeedBruh was now my friend.
I mean, here's the thing, right?
Thank you, Steve.
Here's the thing, right? Buy the shirt. The memories that we made with Homestuck are important and valuable. It's why, like, you know, it's why. See, if you didn't have a fucking Vriska icon, I never would have fucking cared about who you were. I was like, oh, who the fuck is this bitch with the fucking pansexual fucking Vriska kid from Homestuck 2 icon? Let's see what's up with her.
Yeah, Homestuck really is the friends we made along the way.
No, it's literally this podcast. It's literally just me talking with you guys.
Homestuck is so it's personal. Like it taught me what the fuck a good story is. Like, obviously I had read and seen good shit, but like I hadn't internalized like things that I enjoy out of like character dynamics or like art design or aesthetic until I fucking read Homestuck, and I was like, oh, this shit's cool. Let me like think about it for a minute.
Oh yeah, man, Homestuck, like for me, and I know for a lot of other people, opened up what media and like independent creators can do online.
Yeah.
Like I Homestuck was the first webcomic I've ever read. And it was awe-inspiring with its simplicity, but its effective visuals, the gameplay segments, all of it. It's so many things. It's so many things, and that's really inspiring that like this was made by one man who had a video game developer in his basement.
Yep.
This was made by the man who enslaved and freed Toby Fox. No. I mean, it's not just one man, of course. The community had a hand in it, like all those music competitions and stuff.
Yeah.
But Homestuck was something entirely new. It was a new form.
It was a product of one kernel, wink, that grew into a fucking monstrous mess because it was prototyped with some real rancid bullshit.
Yeah.
It was prototyped with actual.
It's like they put in a really good thing.
Honestly, if I want to be real for a second,
yeah,
I think he just got fucking bored when he started Act 6. So he just started doing all this stuff. Like, for example, talking to Lord English as the author, ruining basically having a twist to every actual relationship that was just going fine. Like, it's so strange because they keep saying, oh, it hasn't been that long for these relationships to happen. But at the same time, he ruins them so fast in literal canonical hours. It's whiplash. Yeah. I think he was just getting bored. So he was just doing stuff he thought was cool.
Homestuck is Ruby, but not as bad. Like in the sense of it.
Honestly, no. Because
by independent creators that really like shows the breadth of what independent creators can do. In that way, it is Ruby, but a success story and not horribly tarnished by its attempt to talk about racism.
Okay. If we want to compare it to Ruby, I would say Homestuck. Okay, Ruby always was fucking pretentious. The creators always thought they were fucking geniuses. Homestuck started off as a humble, sincere, emphasis on fucking sincere, because I felt that while I was reading it, even though in the year 2020, what I don't give a shit about its impact, because I wasn't there for it. It felt sincere. It felt good, even though I could see the plot holes. I could see the weird shit behind the scenes. I respected it because it felt sincere. But then when I reached Act 6, it felt like he was just doing an exercise in entertaining himself. He was just doing the meta thing, which felt off and not how you tell a story at all.
Funny joke. Sincerity is the best.
Remember,
yes.
Guys, can we, we've been doing a lot of poo-pooing. John Egbert is a funny boy who loves his friends and wants to help people.
Can we talk about the characters like one by one?
Yes, I was literally about to do this.
I was about to be like, hey, let's actually go through the actual story and talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not, because I think. Okay, so here's the question: is Homestuck a character-driven story?
Yes, almost certainly, because
yeah, and it stopped being that. It stopped being that, and that was a problem. It started becoming about the genuine in the canon, in the actual canon. Do you know Homestuck? Does anybody remember Homestuck?
I remember
Homestuck.
Yeah, here's the Homestuck. God, it's such a perfect example. Homestuck in, I think it's like Act 6, Act 4, or Act 5. It happened in the middle of that.
It happened, and we should have killed him before he got the chance.
Yeah.
No, it was a funny idea. Like, genuinely, when the Homestuck happened, I was like, wow, this is like neat or whatever. But guess what? There wasn't one Homestuck. There were literally 4 or 5 intermission about Homestuck. And then they just got longer and longer. And I'm like, why? This was like a weird, funny joke. You don't need to drive it to the fucking ground.
Because Homestuck, my dude. But yeah, no, let's go. Let's start with like John and like all the main kids, then the trolls, then the secondary kids, and then we can talk about the dancer because we have anything to say about that.
John Egbert. I love him.
You know, have I told you guys a story that one of my dearest friends for a long time, I met her by going on Trollmegal.
Oh man.
I met her by going on Trollmegal as John. And
please explain what Trollmegal is.
Trollmegal is like Omegle, but it's Homestuck themed. It was a Homestuck chat peace site.
Okay.
I went on there and I would type, John is a good boy. John loves his daddy. John loves making his daddy happy.
Oh my god.
Simon, do you know this?
No.
Do you know what this is? Do you not know this was like the if you've heard of God, that one Harry Potter fan fiction that everyone hates with Ebony Darkness.
My Immortal? Yeah.
Yeah.
Base.
Yep.
That was this.
I see.
For Daddy Dearest. Yeah, I would spam that in the Trollmegal chat. Purely because I was a fucking shitty troll. I was a shitty troll, and I read this fan fiction, and people were so offended. It's like a short few hundred words, incest fic about John and his dad.
Great.
Written like a children's book. Yeah. And so I would spam that line by line. Not like I wasn't like copy pasting it. Oh no. I was typing this out by hand, baby.
Oh my god.
Wow. This was the kind of commitment I had made to my Daddy Dearest gag. But anyway, I just kept running into them. And then eventually they're like, oh, hey, it's you, the Daddy Dearest guy. I'm like, hey! And that's the story of how I met one of my dearest friends. The John is a good boy. And he would have loved to make his dad proud, but his dad is dead. And that sucks. But yeah.
Okay.
Guys.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm just gonna take the decision because I just read Homestuck. So like I found it hard to separate the existence of Act 6 from any character. So you go first. And then I'm gonna jump in with how they ruined it.
Yep.
Okay. So what's your opinions on John? Or do we want to go to Dave next? Simon.
John Egbert is like you think about who you want to be. You think like you're sitting in bed at night and you're like, who do I want to be? What values do I want to instill? And then you think about John Egbert, because John Egbert is like, he wants his friends to be happy. He wants to help people, and even if he makes mistakes, He does his best to try to fix them. The relationship between John and his dad, when John sees his fucking dad dead, murdered, that, like, I'm, like, not even looking at that. I'm just thinking about it. I'm thinking about the fucking frown on John's face. And that's, like, wow. Like, shit, dude. Fuck. He's such a good little guy. And I love him. That's all I have to say about John Egbert. He's beautiful, he's perfect, and he is the Wind Waker.
No.
Go on, Tito.
John is... he's just an earnest kid who honestly liked things and was able to like things.
John is a sincerity bro.
Yeah. True facts. I like that about him.
Okay. My turn. Isn't it based how they fucking shot everything to the ground? How John just stopped being that. For no reason. And then he got God powers. And he did nothing with them. Isn't it based that there is one line? It's like, I think it's Roxy. And it's like, why don't you do this? And he's like, I don't want to mess up the timeline too much. And I'm like, my dude, you are literally God now.
Oh, but he fixed the narrative, guys. He fixed the narrative. Remember how he did that? Remember?
No, and remember how he didn't simultaneously somehow. I was just sitting there. I'm like, okay, well, this is a larger point. The time travel stuff in Homestuck, I didn't genuinely like, but I respected. I was like, okay, this is how it works. If you mess too much with stuff, you're gonna jump into a doomed timeline by design, and you're gonna fuck everything up. Okay, cool. That's why Dave doesn't literally just keep jumping and saving everyone all the time. He has to do time loops and all this stuff. Okay, fine. But then John, John just goes to sleep randomly, and then he has a ring, and he just keeps walking. And then he meets Vriska, because that's the dream he happens to stumble upon. And then they go to an island. And then she opens a chest. And then he becomes a god. Yeah. And then he literally has time travel powers. Except no actual repercussion.
He's God now. He touched the Homestuck symbol. He can touch Homestuck. He's now outside of the timeline.
It's not his thing. It wasn't time. It was meta. It was more of the meta bullshit.
Yeah.
He didn't touch time. He altered the meta.
No, he's outside the causality of the meta and the mechanics of the comic. That's literally what happened. It's a meta device. That's what jujus are.
At the same time. This is actually yes, meta bad. We all can acknowledge that. But at the same time, in the Homestuck, just as a story, this retcon bullshit is just another time travel. Except time travel with zero consequences, which is somehow worse than what was already there. What was already there was cool. It was fine.
It's like a badass spectacle thing. Like, oh guys, remember all the things that happened in Homestuck that you love? I do. Thank you for showing them to me and making me nostalgic for Homestuck before the end of the comic, so I don't feel fucking like nothing happened.
So I don't think that where this rodeo was going.
Yeah.
It does feel like that a lot. Like don't look behind the curtain, kid. And we're all like, what's behind the curtain? Like, don't look. And there it is, the dead corpse of John Homestuck Egbert.
They just gave him. Here's the John, for the most part, was not that much of an active participant. None of the characters were, by design. It was a lot of destiny bullshit, and stuff was gonna happen, even if you didn't want it to happen, because it's the alpha timeline. I'm gonna get into this at the end, about just the general structure. But whatever. Okay, that's how it works. But then John, out of fucking nowhere, just gains time travel power, except no consequence. And it just, in my mind, becomes not okay for him not to do anything. At the beginning, he was not that much of an active participant. He did stuff. He fought. I was like, cool, John. You did your best. Fucking high five. But then he has God powers and does nothing. Literally does nothing. he revives Vriska and like does some random stuff to, I guess, make them not as insane. But then he just shows up with Roxy, and I guess that's it. That's it for God time travel John. And I'm like, how are they gonna lose? He literally can travel to Lord English and beat his ass right now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with the meta powers, right? Hussey wrote it to that no matter what happens, it had to be that way because that's how it's written. Like it's like a closed time loop.
Yeah, he wrote himself into a bullshit meta loop.
Yeah. Things have to happen certain ways. Why? Because that's how the meta's supposed to work.
Which is a bad justification, in my opinion.
He's writing it, and I have to obey God Hussey. I can't deviate from his will.
Yeah.
It simultaneously presents every character with so much justification for anything they do, but at the same time robs them of all the agents. And then he has God power and just adds to that. And I'm like, you literally are able to do anything. Like, what the fuck? Who gives their character this kind of power?
Agency? What's that? Never heard of it.
Yeah.
He did something. Doesn't do anything. There is one line, literally. Rock's like, hey, why don't you like do something? It's like, no. Like, why didn't he go back and save his dad? Like, why doesn't he like? Here's the thing: John can touch anything and transport it into like the empty dimension. Why doesn't he literally just go back, touch all his friends, suddenly they're in the empty dimension, and they just hatch a plan? Like, why isn't that possible?
Because he made it that way.
Yeah.
That's literally, it's awful, but that is literally the answer, and it is true. He can't do it.
In the canon, the characters somehow just know. Like, when John first appears to Dave, and he does the marathon, Dave literally says, dude, this is not supposed to happen. I can feel something is happening with the timeline. And then John literally just says, don't worry about it. It's like time travel, but no consequence. And I'm just sitting there. And am I supposed to be like, wow, what a funny joke. If only he could literally do anything and solve the plot, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this actually reminds me of for a second I thought of Eridan, and I was ready to go on an Eridan rant, but I won't pick Eridan. I'll think of Eridan later when I talk about Eridan. When we get to the Eridan part of the podcast.
I'm gonna save the plot bullshit for later because it's so much stuff I want to get into. But like, basically, the character of John.
Yeah.
I felt good about him. He was a nice kid. He did whatever thing he thought was right. He was a human being. But like, post Act 6, he just acts like a robot and just does stuff because that's the narrative. That's what the main character is supposed to do. Like, for example, when Jade dies, John just sits there and fucking like tears up. And it's a fucking awesome scene.
Yeah, then, he's super fucking sad.
Yes, but then when the literal universe collapses on itself and everything is ruined forever, John just doesn't react. And I don't mean in the shock way, because we see him shocked when his dad dies. He just doesn't do anything. He just talks to Rox and is like, our friends are dead. And I'm like, and even Rox is like, yeah, they're dead. I'm like, why isn't anyone reacting? Like, am I supposed to react? And this was post game over just happens, and then we have the scene with John and Roxy. I'm like, why aren't they reacting?
Yeah, they're like, uh-oh, didn't that suck? Damn, alright.
It felt, what the John wouldn't do this. Roxy wouldn't do this. I knew Roxy for way less time, but she wouldn't do this. But then they're just standing around being like, whoop, I guess they're dead. I'm like,
yeah.
What the fuck? And then he knows he has the power. He already knows he has the power, but he just doesn't think of using it, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's very. Let's get into. Let's move on to who's next, Dave or Rose?
Rose. Let's go with Rose.
Let's go with Rose. Simon, how do you feel about Rose?
Rose, is is a snarky bitch, and she's cool. She has class. She has style. She has chutzpah. She has scamperality.
She has
I
a
like
rich
her.
mom.
Rose actually reminds me a lot of the friend who got me into Homestuck, who wasn't my girlfriend, who was our mutual friend, and
You are
you
the
know,
fucking shonen protagonist.
no, because in the time between then and now, that friend has effectively disowned me because she thinks I'm a bad person. So now every time I think about Rose Lalonde, I have this like weird like pang in the back of my fucking brain that's like, oh, remember when you had friends? Remember when?
Why
But
do you think you're a bad person?
yeah, it's a whole thing, man.
Let's get into it in private.
Yeah. See
Daddy
the rant I
issue
went on at the
episode
beginning of this
is coming.
podcast.
But
But
no, go on about Rose.
I really like Rose. She is sweet. Again, I'm gonna say this about all these fucking characters, but she genuinely cares about her fucking friends, and even if she's snarky and standoffish, like, she genuinely cares.
Yeah. She too is a sincerity, bro, which is what makes this comic so based.
Yeah, the relationship between like Rose and John too with their parents is something that like always really spoke to me as a young person, because both of them have like the my parents doesn't care and they just have to fucking get me but like, you know, slowly
Rose's mom is an alcoholic and she just wants to make her daughter happy.
Yeah, slowly but surely they realize that their parents
they're just trying to make them happy.
She's still not that good. She's still not that good of a parent.
No, I mean, yeah. The thing about them is that the thing about mom and dad is that they're trying their fucking best, and it is deeply tragic what happens to them, and it makes me sad. It makes me feel. Remember when Homestuck made me feel? Remember when I felt something, Andrew Hussey? Fuck you.
Fuck you, Hussey. You made me feel things, and now I can't feel anything anymore.
I just want to say, because I am gonna be the guy. Like I said at the beginning, I'm gonna be the guy who jumps out about how they ruined everything. Rose and Dave somehow magically just scraped by. They almost came off unscathed in Act 6 because they have almost zero screen time, and there is the conversation between Dave and Dirk, and that was it. Like, they have just small moments here and there, so Hussey could not ruin their characters. I just want to say this. They somehow managed to keep being cool because they had so little screen time.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Hussey established them early on, the people got really attached to them, and they didn't touch them later on, was very much to their benefit, and I'm very thankful.
Literally, yes. I'm so happy. He didn't manipulate bullshit. No, I'm fucking wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Davepetasprite and fucking Cat Rose. That's why they appeared so late in the comic. He had to ruin them somehow. Oh boy.
Hey, just wait until Homestuck 2 when Husk gets his meta fingers all over Rose.
No!
You wanna hear? You wanna know?
What the fuck does he do to her?
Okay. In the epilogues, there is a when I say there is, I mean Dirk as Hussey, because he is the meta god. That is his thing. Convinces he creates a misunderstanding between Rose and Kanaya.
Great.
In which Rose feels like she needs to do something. Like this is just a need that she has, born deep within her. She needs to do a thing, and she thinks like Kanaya understands, and she's her wife, and she loves her and stuff. Kanaya thinks that Rose is breaking up with her.
No.
That's not what Rose is doing. Rose has just experienced an epiphany of sorts, and she needs to go.
It's not an epiphany. It was just put in her head by the writers.
Yeah, literally by the writers, and she asks her wife for permission to go chase it, and Kanaya, thinking that she's going to leave her forever, says yes, and that's the situation. Completely manipulated by it's yes. You may be.
Isn't it subversive? Simon, did you expect that to happen? Aren't your expectations fucking subverted?
Wow. Isn't it so cool that our expectations did not come to pass? I'm so tired.
Jade. Poor fucking Jade.
I don't know, man. If I was Jade, I'd be pretty proud of that.
Jade is Jade is one of the most fucking powerful characters in that comic. She has the powers of a fucking first guardian.
I was talking about Jade and Jake, both.
Oh. Okay.
You know that both sluts, and that's their entire character in Homestuck too.
Who?
What?
Jade and Jake are both sluts, and that's their character.
Great.
It sucks. Yes, I've ruined everything. Because they fuck. That's it. Jake is dumb and hot, and that's all he is, and that's all he can ever be.
Well, remember Jake? Remember how he was gay? Remember how he wore little boy shorts?
No,
that was his whole
but
right?
even in canon, God damn it, it gets worse the longer the story goes on. Because way early on, they're like, Jake is the one who originally defeated Lord English. But then throughout the acts, I guess he just forgets about it. And then, he's now supposed to be a weirdo. He wasn't a weirdo. He was a gun guy. And he destroyed stuff. And he was cool. And he fought against robots. And he was based. And he kissed dirt on top of a fucking volcano. But then, he just stopped being that.
Yeah.
He stopped being cool. He just needs to get one of those PCP shirts that says "I'm just being cool."
You know what happened to Jake?
Let's save that for the Jake section.
Fine, yes, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
yes, I gotta tackle. Yeah, but Rose. I actually really loved Rose. I love that she's into knitting. That was so cute. I love that she knitted little things for her friends.
Yeah.
I love that. That was so. Homestuck was a Sincerity comic.
It is. And it's so fucking sad, and it destroys me to just be like, wow, there was so much cool stuff. Then it just stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the fucking bunny. Remember the bunny?
Oh my god! Yes, put the bunny back in the box. It was so good.
Damn.
I'm just, oh my god. But before we move on, I guess to Dave is next. But
yes. Oh wait, no, Jade and Dave.
Okay, Jade. The plot of Homestuck is not. It's not technically that strong of a story, but the characters and just cool stuff and neat stuff that was happening managed to carry it.
No, it's all cool set pieces and amazing charismatic interaction.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, but I'm talking if you really dig into the actual plot, it might not be that strong, but everything else is balanced out and managed to push it forward. But then for some reason, everything just stopped. Everything just somehow became bad with Act 6. Everything just stopped. And I'm like, why? Literally, why? Because now you're giving me so much downtime, I can just think about how literally this makes no sense and retarded. Okay, back to Jade. Jade is based. That is all.
That is all. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that in Homestuck 2, she gets a massive dog cock and can impregnate other women. I'm not saying. I'm just saying I'd like Jade. I want Jade's babies, please.
Jade Harley had a massive cock since day one. This is unironically how I feel. Remember when I said I projected onto her too? Yeah.
I'm literally not gonna argue feelings, but
yeah. She was so sweet. She's like Tom. She was like Tom with her furry stuff. You know how Tom's like, oh no, I'm not a furry.
Yeah.
Hides massive amount of furry obsessions behind the counter. That's how Jade felt. and it was endearing. And I
Yeah.
loved it for
She's
it.
so sweet and cares about her friends. I'm gonna say it every time.
Isn't it awesome that somehow Jade, in the beginning, even though most of the time she was just sleeping, she was doing stuff. She was progressing the plot. Stuff was happening with Jade. Jade was cool. But then in Act 6, she just sleeps for almost the entirety of it and does nothing. And somehow.
When she's sleeping.
What?
She doesn't even do anything when she's sleeping, unlike the rest of the comic.
Yeah, when Jade's sleeping is when like important shit happens.
Yes, Jade sleeps. Important shit happens, but then again, important shit happens in like the dream world or whatever, and she sees vision, and she like does stuff and behind the scenes, even though she doesn't know she's doing stuff, which was like cool. But then when she actually has power and she isn't sleeping anymore, she does less stuff. Somehow, paradoxically, she does less stuff when she's literally awake and has all the powers, but she does nothing. And turns out her character arc, because do you remember old Calliope from like the Doom timeline or whatever?
Yeah. I don't trust me. I remember her.
Yeah.
Okay, she literally just says to Jade in one of literally the most okay, in Act 6, the last part, Jade is just asleep, and she's like talking to Calliope and whatever. And then there is like so much. Again, the fucking story goes on for way too long. There is such a stretch of time with just Jade and this Calliope meeting old Calliope talking to her shtick, and they talk and talk and talk and talk, and I'm getting, oh my god, where the fuck is this going? Guess what the fuck it's going? She just says her, maybe you should go have fun. Oh, and stay asleep because you're not gonna do anything in the final battle. And then Jade is like, what? And she's like, yeah, you're not gonna do anything. And then Bird Dave shows up and he like makes out with her and she wakes up or whatever. And she does nothing. And she does nothing. Literally manages to accomplish fucking zero. And I'm like, oh my god. Why?
I'll say this again.
Why?
Jade is like one of the most powerful of the main characters of Homestuck. She has the powers of a first guardian. She is a mage of space. She has like fucking witch of space, excuse me. She has fucking like near ultimate control of like literally any space that she can perceive.
Yeah.
She is like a fucking she's a badass. And they don't let her do anything because she's the funny, silly, haha girl character.
Hey, you remember how you mentioned Ancient Calliope?
Yeah.
In Homestuck 2, Ancient Calliope is literally possessing Jade right now while they're on a ship, trying to catch up to Rose and Dirk while they're off with Terezi on another island trying to start another game because they think everything's fucked up.
What?
Yeah. Jade isn't allowed to even be in the comic. Jade has been railroaded so hard to not allowed to be anything, and she's so sick of the story telling her she's not allowed to do things. She tried to commit suicide via Peanut because her and Jake are both allergic to peanuts.
No, it's the whole Harley Burt family. They all have the deadly allergy.
Yeah. But like that's it. That's where she's gotten to. She's gotten to the point where she's like, if you keep doing this to me, I will kill myself. You can't do this to me forever.
Wow.
So what the fuck? It's like it feels so strange that the narrative, instead of just being a narrative, it just stopped being that and it just started choking every character and just making them boring by somehow taking the most subversive, quote unquote most unique option. It just turns out to be the most boring. Hey, you thought Jade was gonna do something cool? No, she's not. Isn't that subversive? But then that's just boring.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
But I still
by the way, I just want to say, I just want to say, in like page 7,800, guess what? They just introduced this thing just randomly. They just drop it, and they're like, you see, space players are meant to just be there and just be alone, and I'm like, what the fuck?
What? Yeah, when?
No, Kanaya never spent any time alone. She was constantly with Carcat.
She's
Yeah,
literally
remember how
the
Karkat
mom
and Kanaya hung out all
character.
the fucking time because they're best
Yeah,
friends?
that's dumb. That's dumb and bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
isn't Jade?
And remember how
literally
Jade and fucking Dave hung out all the fucking time because they were best friends?
Remember
Yes,
how,
and
like,
how
Jade,
Jade
like,
was
maybe
literally the
that could
one.
apply to Jade's childhood. She's already spent most of it alone, and now she's developing people skills.
Yeah.
No. And here's the thing. And even then, it's like, what the fuck is called? And she spends so much time talking to like the other friends, and she's so concerned with Jake, her like grandson from the future, and she does all
Yeah.
this stuff. But turns out, no. You see, space players are meant to comprehend their ability and then do nothing and be alone. That's their shtick. And I'm
Cool.
it
Great.
makes no sense. And this is literally page 7,800.
I
The
like how you
comic is
documented that
literally-
page, yeah.
I don't think that's the exact number, but it's one of the final things that happened. Like Davepetasprite and the cat rose and all this stuff. I remember it because I read it in one day. I'm like,
Yeah.
why is this happening? What the fuck is going on?
Why did this happen to me?
Literally, yes. Okay, Dave. Let's talk about Dave. We need to keep this
Dave
train
is the
going.
smartest fucking character in Homestuck.
Yes, side note about Dave. He also doesn't have any screen time almost at all, except his talk with Dirk, which does not almost ruin him. It just
It is a good talk.
yes, it is a good talk. Him and Rose are the only characters that I guess he just forgot about them, so he didn't have the time to implement meta bullshit with. Except he used Davepetasprite and Rose Cat to do that. So actual Dave and Rose got spared from that.
Dave is like, think about, we talked about this earlier, right? But the shit that Dave, in parentheses, Daves do, like, is, Dave is the character who will not be named for now of early Homestuck, whereas character who will not be named was the character who will not be named of late Homestuck.
I don't know which character this is, but I look forward to find out who.
They will not be named until later.
Okay. Good to
Okay,
know.
please type a note so you could remember this.
Oh, I will remember. Don't even worry.
No, okay, just type it because I actually might forget to remind.
I will not. I'm writing it down on my desk right now.
Okay, thank you.
So
okay,
like
Dave. Okay, Dave is okay. You go on. I'm sorry.
Dave is smart and cool and cares about his fucking friends and making cool art, and he's a Chad and I love him, and he wants to be cool, he wants to be good and be good at it, and I respect him so fucking much.
Dave is performing Sincerity so well, it is mistaken for irony, and that's cool, and he's rolling with it. I think Dave is a cool, empathetic character, yes. I like that he got over his abuse. I like that, in Homestuck Epilogue, he met Obama. I like that in the epilogues, because Dave doesn't do a lot in the epilogues. They still fuck him up. It's the epilogues, but I like that. Like, he gets one of the plot points is that he's just hanging out with Karkat and Jade, and he's just like talking about his Obama theories. And Karkat's like, "Yes, I know about your many Obama theories. You've told them to me multiple times." And he's like, "Okay, but consider this Obama." I like it. I like his obsession with Obama. It's hilarious. It's like the obsession with the gift that will never be. The glory that could have been. Like, if the world had ended just in the middle of Obama's presidency, you could imagine that he could have fixed everything. He lives in this glorious fantasy age, and I love it.
Dave, Sean is someone who reminds me a lot of Dave, and what the same reasons that I like him, because just like a genuine dude who's trying to make the best and of his shit, and who cares about stuff and is cool.
Yes.
Okay, literally, Dave is base. Dave does all the right things. Okay, I'm having a mental note about the plot. Don't get into the plot. Just talk about the character. I love Dave so many levels because what he does. Like, he is the Knight of Time. He's the one who has to, like, go through the mental hang-ups of keeping everyone in the alpha timeline and not fucking everything up.
No, he kicks ass, he takes fucking names, he asks for broader shoulders, not lighter loads.
He does all the stuff, and I love that about Dave. Okay, thankfully, Dave and Rose are the only exception. Like I said before, for like this is like the fourth time I'm gonna repeat it because it's important. Because they destroy every other character. But like at least Dave, with his entire it just happened off screen, where he's just like, I'm never gonna be able to grab like a full sword that's not broken because that's not my thing. But then in Act 6, he just gets a sword and destroys Lord English, which I guess means he finally accepted that. But guess what? Instead of it being a cool moment, mind controlled evil Jay just shows up, it alchemizes the sword and is like, hey, go kill that guy. I'm like, wouldn't it have been cool if Dave just was like, it's time to make the sword? Wouldn't that have been a cool moment?
Yeah, what if he made the choice to move past his fucking
What if any character in Homestuck ever got to make their own choices?
Yeah.
At least they had the illusion of doing stuff.
Except for one question mark.
Okay, we're gonna... there is so much stuff we're gonna get into, but like, at least, even though he doesn't have the payoff, even though he doesn't actually do the thing, at least he's not ruined. At least he doesn't stop being Dave for no reason. He just keeps being Dave. But then he handed the sword and does a thing, even though that could have been so much cooler and so much better. It's not a problem. I like Dave.
He's just being Dave, you know.
Yes. At least he did not destroy everything around him. And I love that. Isn't it based how we're like happy that the writer did not write the characters because he just kind of ruined them?
Yeah.
Very base, not cringe at all.
Yeah, isn't it like awesome how we're like, yeah, he didn't write this character, therefore it's not ruined.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
This is so sad. This is so sad.
This is an extended people slowly spiraling into this is a midlife crisis. This is a midlife crisis, the podcast.
Yeah, guys, and just do it. We haven't even gotten the fucking trolls yet.
Oh yeah. Should we start on the trolls now?
I believe it's time.
Yes. Okay.
We are gonna do.
How do we start? How do I want to do the trolls?
I have the order of introduction up in front of me.
Ooh, I guess I'll let you take the reins then, Psymid.
Okay. One thing. I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah.
Please skip the one. You know which one. Please leave it until later.
I will leave it for last if you want me to.
Yes, because I'm gonna spiral off out of fucking control.
No, yeah. So,
hey, Psymid, Carkalicious definition makes
Resi
loco.
She, don't it? Carcat is like,
if base.
He's so like name a better dude. Like Carcat Bantus is just like a dude. Like he's just like a bro. He's just like a guy, you know?
I think this is a parallel that's made more obvious later, but he's just Dave, but angry.
Yes,
he's
correct.
Dave, but he can't keep up a cool facade. He's just mad about everything.
Yeah.
And it's good.
And also, yes, Kakarot also survives the clutches of the writer because he's literally just not there for most of the stuff in Act 6. Like,
yeah.
My god, thank god. I'm so happy he's also included in that.
Carcat is like the king of the Moirails. Like what Moira regions are supposed to be, which is just being a good friend and supporting the friends you care about. Carcat embodies that so fully, and I really respect him for that. He's the kind of friend I think we all wish we could have. where he's like Dave in that he's like cool and he supports you, but he's unique in his own way in which he's like Dave but Australian.
Yes, well said.
Cat is so based, he literally manages to somehow make everyone win his own like troll session. Somehow
Yeah,
no
and
one
he's so totally fucked.
Yeah.
But like, despite it being supposed to like completely failing, he just gave the universe cancer.
We haven't talked a lot about the fucking class specs. We brought it up like once, but like Karkat's class spec, him being the Knight of Blood, he fights with the fucking blood is representative of like teamwork and fucking friendship and working together.
He manages to keep the troll. They managed to clear a session with like this legendary loses was the final boss, but somehow Kakrat managed to pull the entire team and none of them died.
Because he's like, just so fucking cool. Like he was just so
even
he was
Vriska,
cool enough.
Even Vriska said that it makes no sense that they actually won that and all made it, except Kakrat somehow managed to just put them all together.
Karkat is the best leader that you could fucking ask for.
Unlike John.
Here's the thing in Homestuck 2. Karkat literally becomes a leader of a resistance. He has a cool eye patch. That's it. Karkat just gets cooler.
Well, alright. I'm alright with
this.
Okay. Since we brought up the leader thing, even though it's a slight tangent, but it's not going to be brought up again. The leader stuff. At the beginning, when everybody says, John, and that's why you're our leader. Does anybody remember this line?
Yeah.
Rose
says that.
Yeah, they all said that. And John, that's why you're our leader. Fist bump.
Yeah.
It made sense. John was that character. I'm just to represent my full feelings about Homestuck. In Act 6, before the final battle, Rose says that to John. And it just felt so fucking hollow. I was like, this was not said because John said a cool thing or because he actually did a cool thing. It was just said because it's the meme.
Yeah, John, say that. Hey, Rose, say that.
Yeah, say the thing before the final battle. Even though we subverted all expectation, we're still gonna leave it there. And it felt so hollow. Because John throughout Act 6 did nothing. And just almost like it felt weird. When Rose said that, I was just like I honestly just stopped tweeting for a while because it was just like this feels weird. It feels like something is missing.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta pee. I'm the one who has to pee. I'll be right back.
No, I get it. It's John and Karkat are both these like foundational glues that hold their teams together. When shit gets rocky, you know, people make mistakes on their teams. People are like far outpower them on their teams, but they're the fucking emotional rocks and like the
And Kakrat never stopped.
No, he never fucking stopped. He was always up until the fucking end. He would listen to people and care about how they fucking felt. And I love him.
Yeah, except John stopped doing that. But even then, we still said the same line again. We still talked about, yes, you are a leader. Just like, I missed it. Because here's the first time Rose and Dave said that to John, I genuinely was like happy. And I was like, this feels good. This is how it's supposed to be. When they said that in Act 4, I think it's Act 4 or 5, before they go on to blow up or create the sun or whatever. When they said that to John, it felt meaningful. It felt like because he is John. Because he's the one who he says that. In the suicide mission, Jean tries to stop Dave and Rose, and they literally lie to him, and they manipulate him because he is John. John is gonna try to save him.
He knows that. They know that he will stop them.
Yeah, and even when they tell him about all that stuff, he's just like believes that they're gonna somehow make it because they're my friend, and I love them.
Yeah,
like,
I forgot to talk about the suicide mission when we talked about Rose and Dave.
We're gonna reach it. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this. But like, it felt genuine. When in the final battle of Homestuck, after Jean literally becomes God, and he does all the stuff, and suddenly she says, "You're a leader," and he's like, "No, I'm not," and she's like, "Yeah, but like that's why you're a leader, and don't discuss me on that because this is not a funny joke." And I'm like, this feels so hollow. Oh, by the way, Rose literally makes that joke.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
God.
makes that joke when she says, "John, you're a leader." Before John responds, like, dot, 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 or whatever, she says, if you respond with no or any other form of, like, denial, I'm just gonna slap you. Ha, ha, ha. And he's like, oh, Rose, you're so funny. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Uh-huh.
Hey, so, like, I know we're talking about Carcat and, like, not John, but, like, you remember Carcat and John's friendship? Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
I love that. I love the
friend.
reverse. I like the reverse like thing where he's like, it starts out and John's like, who the fuck are you? And he's like, I'm your best fucking friend, John Egbert, and you're an absolute retard.
Yeah. It's
that
so
was
good.
great. And towards the end, when Carcat's like, who the fuck are you, human? And John's like, oh, Carcat.
Like,
look
wow,
at
this is
you,
my best
human.
friend Carcat. Yeah.
It's you, my best friend Carcat. Oh, and he's like, no, I'm not your best friend. He's like, oh, look at you, you're so cute. We didn't have your little horns. What a good friend. Like that's it. It's great. It's good. I love John and Carcat's friendship. It's fucking-tastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next troll.
Gamzee
Next
Makara is a fucking meme character.
He was my favorite actually.
He
when I
ruins
first started
everything.
reading.
He somehow ruins everything, even though he also started out as one of my favorite trolls.
Hey, do you remember? Here's something. Do you remember the bootylicious, like Gamzee,
What?
Gamzee thing by Octopimp?
No, I don't.
Oh my god, where is it? It was like, fucking. It was a thing. It was a thing done by Octopimp, and it was like, bootylicious with like clown music underplaying it, and it was just Gamzee and the Grand High Blood twerking, and there was this one like frame of the Grand High Blood's face, and I'm like, oh no, it's hot.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because I'm attracted to clowns.
I see.
Maybe. But I remember I liked Gamzee because he was fun and he was lighthearted. Initially, he was just a chill guy. And if I was to take the comic a little more seriously, I think that Gamzee really says something about how the industry makes people, like, forces people to be addicted to certain substances to survive, and it's incredibly unhealthy. I didn't like that.
Except in Gamzee's case, it was actually the best thing of all time.
Oh yeah, no, because he was biologically, genetically inclined for violence.
Okay. Let's just touch on that for a second. The biological stuff with trolls, it just stops being a thing. At first, there's
it should have kept being a thing. It was interesting and cool.
Isn't it? It just like it justifies the trolls being the way they are, like assholes or weirdos or whatever. But then it
and it was always interesting when, like, you saw them try to, like, raise above their status in life and become better people.
And even before they made the humans, and even before they made the humans or whatever, it's not like they start acting more human. No, but literal fundamental stuff about them just stops being, and they start acting like any other character. And I'm just like, I guess those were just some funny quirks that were not funny anymore. So he just stopped writing them that way. Like
I really thought it was interesting. Like, I know it was justified by the asshole behavior, but I would have loved it if.
And I accepted that. I genuinely accepted that. But then it just stopped being a thing, and I'm like, what? And then what the? Oh my god! There is one line about Gamzee that just wanna fucking made me shoot myself. Gamzee in a thread, in the final meeting when they're with Vriska and they're talking about the final battle.
Yeah.
He's in a fridge, and I think it's Kanaya or Dave or whatever, and they're like, why don't we like kill him or get rid of him or whatever? He's like literally evil and did all the bad stuff. And guess what guess what the fuck Vriska says? God
What?
damn, this is another instance. She says he has plot armor. I can't do anything about it. What the fuck?
I like here's the thing, right? I like the idea that Gamzee like got like hypnotized by like the big bad guy through like
The other bad guy.
Yeah, I like that he like got hypnotized through the little hound to eventually go raise Lord English, but he preferred Calliope because Calliope isn't a little fucking cunt.
Yeah.
I liked all that. I feel like Gamzee could have been really cool and interesting, like all of the trolls, if he had like kept the things that he used to justify them being bad as like real things, and they had kept being bad. But also
didn't become important. It isn't. Gamzee's just like, even we were not at murder it's stuck yet. We're not gonna talk about that yet. But like, if it's just Gamzee did not become an important character. Because like the stuff with Lord English is like haha funny, and I liked it, and I was like, this is fine. But then Gamzee just when we reach game over, and he's like beating the living shit out of Terezi, and he's mind controlled by this other Vriska, and he's doing all this stuff, and I'm like, he's now
this other Vriska. This other Vriska. Yeah.
Ariana is her name, I think, right?
Who fucking cares what her name is? Just this other Vriska.
Hey,
other Vriska.
Other Vriska, I named my spider in my D&D game after her because I thought it was a pretty name.
It is. I won't disagree with
that.
It
is a pretty name. But like, here's the thing. Gamzee being cool, and Gamzee like just being behind the narrative is fine. I'm like, whatever. He's, I guess, quirky. But then he becomes an active part, and he's like doing stuff in the actual like present, and he's beating living down to Rezi, and he killed Kakrat, and he did all this stuff, and I'm like, I just thought he was a joke character. I guess he's not a joke character. I guess he's literally just has plot armor, and I'm like,
I like the idea of Gamzee like being like a very passive character and only being activated like a sleeper agent through like his hypnotism through the cow. I like that concept.
But then he just becomes part of the plot.
Yeah, here's the thing. You want to hear about how much Gamzee sucks in Homestuck 2?
Oh
my god! Please go on. I just love how it's like Psymid starts off with the sincerity, actual personal influence message, followed by me destroying all his hopes and reminding him how bad it turned out to be. And then Cecil just fucking finishes off with talking about Homestuck 2. That's a fucking perfect cycle.
Like, I'm the beautiful like old growth trees, and then you come down, saw them down, Cecil finally lays the pavement over their fucking stumps.
No, look, you're the first 5 acts of Homestuck. NoNeedBruh's Act 6. And I'm the Epilogues and Homestuck 2. We are Homestuck.
It is true.
Okay. Yeah, so in the epilogues, what happens is that Gamzee gets brought back, and for some fucking ungodly reason, Calliope...
Wait, brought back from where?
The fridge lands, and John opens it.
Great. Good job.
Okay.
He would never do that, but anyway.
Continuing. And Calliope and Roxy are like, we've got to give him another chance. He deserves it. And somehow Gamzee convinces like a handful of people that he deserves a second chance. And so he gets it. And he's just the biggest piece of shit. When Jane, who we will talk about later, goes full dictator in the epilogue, she's like married to Jake. She's had Jake's kid, but he's getting cucked by Gamzee, who's in a kismesis tune with Jane because Jane, because she is a bigot, and he's just there. He's just honking. They're having awful like. I don't know how to explain it. You can hear like the honking and like words that come out of Gamzee's mouth, and you're reading it from Jake's perspective, and it's horrific and it's awful, and I love it.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, is this somehow is it just supposed to be the most shitty and unexpected events? The story, is this what Homestuck become? Just have unexpected events happen, and that's it. I'm so confused.
Yeah. It's he's fucking Jane, and like everyone. Oh no! I just remember that Jane and Jake's son. Jane and Jake's son that they have is named Tavros.
Oh no! Don't call him that. Why would you call?
Because Gamzee wants to teach him about, life and love.
Great.
Guys, it's so deep and it talks so much about how we
Isn't
think about characters and stories.
Yeah.
No, it's so deep. It just explores so much nooks and crannies that are not explored in popular media. It's such high art. It's so fuck you, my dude. I hate this.
But yeah, no, either way, Gamzee is a absolute, complete, and total shithead who, like, gets to be, like, a priest, like he's, like, Jesus for some reason. It's wild. It's fucking insanity. God, I liked the idea of Gamzee. I liked the things Gamzee could have become. I hate Gamzee in action.
I just love how the entire one, probably like the most favorite character of almost anyone, Dave. His entire arc is about how being ironic is bad, but being sincere is cool. Except it's the reverse for Homestuck. It started off sincere and just became ironic bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, what? This is so sad. I'm genuinely sad.
Let's see how far we
Oh yeah,
come.
Dave fights the president. Dave fights like clown president. No, he doesn't fight clown president. He fights Guy Fieri on like the top of the White House and his fucking base. And then
let's save it. Let's save it for like Dirk, because that's where it comes in important.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. But
okay,
that
next
is
troll, please.
Trezzy Pyrup's cool.
Oh
my god, I love Trezzy.
She's like she's just like a red girl.
Isn't it awesome how no, okay, go on. I'm not.
No, that was it. That's all. That's all I have.
No,
for now.
please be with okay, please be more sincere, because I need to destroy even Trezzy.
No, okay. Trezzy Pyrup, I like her. I like how she has a cool like justice bit going on, and I like how that plays into her relationships with a character who will not be named. There's a genuine
I know who it is.
There's a genuine arc there that every time I think about it, I'm like, wow, that's fucking pathos right there. Is
what
dealing with the injustices that your friend, this person who like you want to believe in, but has wronged you and your other friends so many fucking times, and like you need to make a fucking decision because you are committed to justice.
Trezzy is lawful chaotic.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments in Homestuck is the sequence where Trezzy decides to kill Vriska, and we're shown the alternate timelines and how it's gonna play out, and how like fucking sad and fucking epic it is, and how important this decision is, and how Trezzy, because she is Trezzy, makes the right decision and kills her to save everything and everyone.
Yeah, she makes the right decision to make sure they aren't in the Doom timeline, right, guys? Isn't that...
Yes, I'm gonna get into that. Oh boy. And isn't it so... And it just felt like... It felt like that... Here's the thing. Even the character that shall not be named, even her arc like felt weirdly over by that point. Because she got too ambitious. Everything felt good about that moment. Like, so much stuff was just done. Isn't it based that John's job, and turns out that saving that other character and telling Trezzy she was Juan all along is the correct answer? Actually, Trezzy, you were just Juan. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck you, Trezzy. You're not actually the Dave of the trolls. You're dumb, lol. Fuck you.
No, we were just Juan, Trezzy. You were literally just Juan.
fuck off. I
Isn't
hate
it
it.
awesome? Isn't it awesome how that happens? Isn't oh my god.
He's joking up. He's joking up.
Every character, every moment gets so actively raped and fucked from every angle, which it didn't need to happen. I'm just like, no, the story did not have to go this way. Like, could have just done anything else, but instead, no, Therese, you're literally wrong. It was cool that Therese was thinking, there is no right answer, and she was sad and fucked up about it. It was awesome. It was based, but then everything just like gets solved, and none of it mattered. And she was just wrong. She was literally just. It meant nothing. The Alpha Timeline is just a fucking lie. Jean Egbert literally retcons any timeline. He just gains that power.
Yeah, the Alpha Timeline means nothing when it needs to be retconned as well.
Oh my god. Gamzee and Terezi. Can we talk about this for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Gamzee and we're talking about Terezi, so yeah.
Like what?
Because Terezi was in a bad place. She was in a bad place.
Yeah,
she was in a very dark place, and so Gamzee took advantage of her. Why Gamzee would want to take advantage of her, God knows. Because even in Homestuck 2, he doesn't take advantage of people in that way. Here's another good thing about Homestuck 2 and Gamzee. Everyone still hates him. Everyone with common sense still hates him. AKA Carcat, Dave, like all the cool guys still hate Gamzee because he fucked up and killed everyone and was an awful piece of shit. And only people who've been raped by the plot, like Roxy and Calliope and Jane and Jake, like give him the chance.
Yeah.
And then Jake gets cucked by it.
Great.
I just don't know. Like, Gamzee is a fun character. Okay, Gamzee, he's a sleeper agent. He does the bad thing, but it's like side plot stuff. It's like, oh, he raised old English. Oh, what is it called? Hussey needed to kill off the uninteresting trolls that he didn't like to write, so we just killed them off with Gamzee. Okay, fine, that's whatever. Then he just doesn't stop being part of the plot. He actually like becomes
menace. Sorry, my cat was chewing on the cords. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Literally chewing on my microphone cord.
No, it's fine.
He's bringing up the mood of the Homestuck cast by being cute and a cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the Homestuck fucking funeral.
Yes. These are the eulogies we sing about Homestuck.
Mm-hmm. Yes, literally. In actual turn, the person with the nostalgia, the person who just read it, and the person with the forbidden, with the why the fuck did you ever read Homestuck 2, Tito? Literally why?
Because I missed it. No, genuinely, I missed Homestuck.
Yeah.
I missed the feeling of community so much. So when it came back, I desperately wanted it. I wanted it back. I wanted that sense of community and happiness back. I'm not going to get it back. It's gone.
No, man.
I am an addict chasing a high, and I am here taking my drug of choice, Homestuck.
That shit is a thing of the past. That is a internet of the past, and we, as the pioneers of the internet of the future, need to take the steps forward, inspired by the things we loved, and create the good shit that we want to see. That's why we're sitting here talking to you right fucking now. That's why we do what we do.
I mean, admittedly, the podcast has you had to be sincere and gross, like Homestuck initially.
Yeah.
But the Pro Anon cast has really been that for me in a lot of ways. It's really reinvigorated my creative drive in a way that I hadn't felt since Homestuck.
We just talk about random bullshit we actually care about, which is nice.
It is nice. I didn't mean to get off tangent. Let's go back to games and how it's bad.
I don't think
made no sense, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think Terezi would do that. Terezi is someone who is cool, calm, and collected. Known to be a bit of a shithead, known to be a bit of a cunt, and a bit of a cat. every now and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think she would make a decision that's fucking weird.
I think the thing is that they set it up in such a way where they didn't want Carcat and Terezi to work out, so then they had to weaken Terezi.
No, it was
and separate
uninteresting.
them somehow.
That is the reason given. He just thought it's uninteresting, therefore not gonna happen.
Yeah,
Which
it's what
is
you would
such
expect,
a
right?
capricious-
So,
Which is such a capricious way to write, but it fucking reveals so much about the way Act 6 was put together. It just he had cool ideas and wanted to do it, and stopped giving a fuck.
I think for writing things that you find interesting is important, but I think even more so when you're hitting the end of your project, it isn't just things that are interesting; it's things that'll be satisfying. You know,
it's bookends. It's those.
It would have been satisfying to see Carcat and Terezi work out their new relationship, and come to understand it together in those final acts. I think that could have been interesting and cathartic. I could have felt something.
No, but
kind of like how I felt something when I saw that one screen of Rose and Kanaya kissing. I felt something. You could have made me feel something, Hussy.
Yeah.
Sito, it's not subversive enough. I'm sorry, Sito. Cathartism is not subversion.
Having a pairing get together before the end and actually engage in romance is actually subversive because most romances don't do that. It would have been more subversive. I'm sorry, Hussy, you gave up the chance to be incredibly subversive.
Yeah, guys, Sword Art Online was actually good because they were in a relationship or whatever.
That was one of the better things of Sword Art Online.
That's true, yes. That's a topic for a different day, though.
Yes, but literally, yes. Just... okay. As a writer, not responsibility. Homestuck is literally free. You could go read it or leave it, but it's just as something to think about or to just talk about. I feel as a writer, you should just, on some level, balance out what you want to do with what you think is actually good. Instead of just being like, yeah, this is what I want to happen. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It's just gonna happen because fuck you. I feel like you might take that attitude with some stuff and be funny about it, but not literally every aspect.
Yeah, no.
Like, okay, we're not at them yet, but like Jade, Jay, Roxy, John, and so many more characters, all just to get the shaft. All their arcs turned out to be, there was no arc. Isn't that epic? You weren't supposed to do anything.
May I quote page 7507 of Homestuck?
Yes.
Dave says, quote, Rose, we don't have fucking arcs. We are just human beings. And that sums up the mentality behind fucking the later bit of Homestuck, like the later half of Homestuck. Is that
except humans have way more satisfying arcs.
Sometimes arcs don't go anywhere, but interpersonal arcs, they do go somewhere. Because we as humans are the kind of beings that need that kind of interpersonal relationship.
I am genuinely...
If they were people, Carcat and Terezi would have done a thing because
would have talked about it at least. Would have brought it up.
Yeah.
And this is literally entirely separate from the fact that these are kids with God powers and are just alone and only know a limited amount of people. All these circumstances ignored. But then you're like, it's more realistic that nothing happened.
It's really not, because with these being the only people you know, of course they'd talk about these things.
And this is
I can't wait to talk about Nepeta. Let's push forward to Nepeta, please.
Okay. I just want to say, please, Simon, I'm gonna beg you to do this because I'm not on my computer right now. Please just write a note about agency in character decisions because I want to get into that.
Agency in character decisions?
Yes. It's related to that.
Written down.
Oh my god, this is going to be the most epic podcast on our fucking channel.
Yes, it will.
Okay, next character. Who's the next on the chopping block?
The next character is Solok's captor.
Oh, my boy.
A bit of a humble entry in the cast, but a strong one
Yes,
nonetheless. Here's a character who wasn't in Act 6, so he's fucking cool and great.
Yes.
Yeah.
He joins the roster of who are we?
He's literally just a background character in Act 6. Like, that's it.
Yes,
he's just a guy.
In Solax. Dave Rose Hackett in Solax. Like, isn't it awesome how any character who had no roles in Act 6 just stayed good? Isn't it based?
So Solax, right?
Yeah.
Was like a bit of a cool asshole. Like, he was a bit of a dick. But he was like an amusing dick.
He did the right thing. He always did the right thing.
Yeah, and he had like Solix and Aradia, right? Fuck Feferi. God, I hate Feferi. But Solix and Aradia. That means something to me, man. Yeah. That kind of like genuine connection. His like asshole friendship with Carcat. Yeah. He's like friendship with Carcat.
I bet you if fucking Solix and Aradia showed up in Act 6, they would have been ruined and something weird would have happened with them. But then, like, no. They just stayed ghosted.
No, literally, Aradia's like best fucking line, like the only thing that Aradia ever showed up in Act 6 to do was be like, "I'm just ready to watch this all fucking burn down to the ground," honestly. And I was like, "Yes, girl, I'm here for that."
Aradia literally said, Aradia, when she's like, after her stuff, "I'm just not gonna die again," and she just says that, and she actually achieves that goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So in Aradia's song, one of the Homestuck songs with the characters with lyrics, where she says, "I'm alive, I'm smiling, I'm so tired of being dead." Like, this idea of like this girl who was so miserable. I love her so much.
Yeah.
It's great. Aradia's great. We're talking about Solix.
I mean, they're one and the same.
They're very close.
Aradia and Solix are like two characters. Aradia and Solix are max soul. Like, these two
they just avoided Act 6 literally by choice.
Even before then, like their friendship, their unique circumstances.
She fucking hugs him. When she fucking hugs him.
Yeah.
Yes, because she's like, he's important to her. It's good. Here's the thing. I don't know if they were mate splits or moirails. I don't care. You know what I care about? They're cool together. This is the Aradia and Solix section of the podcast, and Aradia and Solix are super cool. Aradia as an individual outside of Solix is super cool. Solix as an individual outside of Aradia is super cool. You know, Aradia and Solix would have been the best, most subversive relationship. But instead Hussy put him with the fish Hussy, which he should have never done. He should have kept them together. Why did you do this?
Yeah, but then immediately killed her.
Yes, true. 100% correct. But he should
before this podcast, I was sort of neutral on Feferi. I'm thinking fuck Feferi. I think.
Oh, you want to just wait until I get into Feferi? I have an entire Feferi rant about how, as a character, she's bland, and how in the literal
nothing.
The possession. She does nothing and is cute and says fish
her ancestor or whatever is no one who does all the stuff.
Yeah, Mina does all the stuff. Let's hold it. I'll save it. I'll save it when we get to her.
Yeah.
But Solix is a cool dude. And he intersects with other cool dudes.
Oh my god! It's like guys. Yeah. It's like characters who don't just flip a coin and then change their entire ideology and just stuff. It's like they're like good. It's not like other characters who just do nothing. So good when character does something.
Oh, character do thing, very good.
Solix has more of like the
Solix do basic coding, and I'm like, yes, king.
Yeah, he has more of the understated, but definitely still extremely badass moments of the comic.
Yes, 100%.
I just want characters to do stuff, and I just want characters to just literally. Here's the thing. At the flip of God, when we get to Jake, I have this entire Jake. God.
I know. Let's move on. Let's move on. We got to get through these characters. Let's do it. Who's next?
Just talked about
hey guys. I really like Tavros Nitrum. He's my favorite character.
That was fucking base.
Tavros is such a good boy.
Tavros literally wins. That's the only subversive aspect of Homestuck I loved. When he actually wins.
Yeah.
I like the thing is that Tavros, it aligns with his general arc of growth and him slowly getting better and recognizing that like Vriska's hard pushing and cruelty doesn't quite help him. It does, but not in the way she wants him. He needs a little more time. He's a good boy who's trying his best and he gets there.
He fucking wins. And,
he's so good.
God. Okay, even that, I'm not saying it's ruined. It feels so weird because like they did the Tavros thing, but then they had lines on top of the screen being character arc complete. Ooh, this is what you wanted to see. I'm like, yes, and it feels good. This is
like
not
literally, yes. Stop mocking me. Stop acting like it's fake. This is.
Stop acting like you're better than me. This is your story, and you made it this way.
Yeah.
Yes, but like, regardless of that, he still fucking wins. I'm just like Tavros, fucking yes.
Yeah.
Tavros Nitrum is a cool king, which only further expounds how his ancestor is a piece of shit garbage man.
I forget about that character.
Trust me, just like I hate Feferi, I also hate Rufio.
Please talk about Rufio.
Is a meme.
But let us save it because Tavros is a good guy. I like. You remember when Gamzee and Tavros was like a ship and like a canon thing where like
no, I remember when they were like cool. Remember when
they were cool, bros?
Like, cool.
It was like normal. It was like Gamzee had this close friend that he like really liked and he kind of had feelings for, and he's like, hey, bro, what if we like made out a little? And it was a normal teenager thing to do because. Yeah, it's like a normal teenager thing to do because, like, sometimes you get crushes on your friends.
Yeah. Except Gamzee stopped being a character and he became the clown. You guys, he has little
the clown
plot armor. He became the clown.
Yeah.
Like, when Vriska literally says, he has plot armor. I can't do anything about him. I'm just like, what the fuck? This is not a character anymore. This is just a plot device.
He is. He stopped the second Gamzee's character died with Tavros. But it didn't get to the dream bubbles with Tavros, so he just became an empty shell. I don't know. I feel like Gamzee and Tavros could have been like cool, even if they weren't a couple, they could have been cool friends. They were cool friends. They like Gamzee and Tavros really supported each other and it was cute and cool and fun. And Tavros is cool and fun. I like him. I like his arc. It's all good.
I'm rereading the pages where Tavros completes his character arc, and it's fucking amazing.
He does a little dance, and I love it. Okay.
And he tells character who will not be named to suck it.
Yes, good. She should.
Okay, please talk about Rufio for a second because I'm not familiar with him that much.
Rufio. Do we really want to get? Yeah, we can attach.
We're gonna talk about we'll talk about the ancestors in a fucking second because that's like a whole another cross.
It's like a whole separate thing. It's like tied up with ancestor drama. But yes, next. Who's next?
You guys know a little song called Megalovania?
Isn't that RDST?
Literally, Megalovania. Okay. I have a lot of thoughts about Aradia Megiddo. If Homestuck didn't fall to shit, I think Aradia Megiddo would have been a great, additional main character. Because
Aradia would have been the Vriska.
Yeah, because Aradia is a fucking genius. All-time players are, brilliant. They are masters of their fucking domains. They know exactly what is best to do. They fucking kick ass. They take names. They aren't afraid to tell their bitch-ass friends, who aren't even their friends, to do what the fuck. They aren't afraid to beat bitches to a pulp because she's a fucking asshole. Aradia is the coolest character ever.
I'm just gonna ruin this for a bit. Except, no, the beating of a pulp. It was the universe, my dude. It was the universe.
No, shut up. Aradia chose to do that. That's what I think.
Just like Aradia chose to not be an Act 6. Aradia is outside of Huzzy's control, and she said, "Fuck you."
It's because he doesn't care about her that much, and she's fucking saved because of it.
No, he just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Aradia...
She is one of the best
God
characters.
damn it, I cannot believe we're saying, hey, when the writer doesn't give a fuck about the character, that character stays good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's so fucking cool. Like, when
okay.
Yeah.
Even from the beginning, her multifaceted nature of her, like, genuinely being a good friend to Tavros and a good friend to, like, Terezi, genuinely being a good and cool person, right? Who's, like, nice to everyone and is a cool lady who gets shit done. And then, like, later on, even as a ghost, in her, like, depressive malaise, she's incredibly powerful and cool, but she still keeps her connection to Solix because they're bros and she cares about him, and it's great. And even Nepeta and everyone, and that's great. And then she becomes a robot, and then Equus tries to force her to be in love with him, and she's like, "Fuck you, horse boy! I said horse cock."
They made up for a bit, which was just what the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Equus is a fucking character.
Equus is a fucking piece of shit.
every character in Homestuck has like a few things. You know, like John Egbert has like, haha, he likes funny movies, and he's like just a little dumb guy, and Dave is like cool, and he does like samurai swords and anime shit.
Are we gonna get to the fact that Aradia is just troll Indiana Jones?
Yeah, she is an archaeologist. Like, Aradia is she does so much. She's so fucking cool. She's an archaeologist. She can speak with the dead. She becomes a ghost. Sidebar, is the fact that she becomes a ghost tied to her, like, cast, like, being in
It's tied to the fact that she was going to play the game and her dream self was still alive.
Okay, alright, okay, cool. I was never really clear
and
on
also
that.
because the universe needed to compel her to do stuff.
Right. I mean, you know, but that's explained.
The universe needed to keep her alive, and because it kept her alive, she was able to free herself from the universe.
Right. And Solix can hear the ghost because he's the Major Doom. Right. Anyway.
Yeah. And also because she just texted him.
Right. She turns into a badass fucking robot, and then when she fucking activates her fucking devil trigger, she
Make her pay.
goes back to being. Oh no, I mean like when she fucking ascends to God tier because
everything's getting burnt up.
Yeah, she goes back to being this like fucking fun-loving, totally like super cool, morbid and creepy and cryptic, rad girl who is always a delight when she's on screen.
She is the big titty goth GF that everyone wanted to be.
She fucking yes, correct.
Yes, I know I'm correct.
Basically, all we're saying is Aradia based, and she fucking curve stomped Beck Noir so hard. She cucked him.
God, I cool every time I think about Aradia Megiddo.
I remember I made a shitty when Homestuck was just ending, just before the real end, just before Davepetasprite was introduced.
Yeah.
I made a Homestuck, like actually I was starting to make a Homestuck collage shirt for Redbubble. That's still up. And there's the entire, it was just the Homestuck symbol, like the house, but with like screenshots of things in them. The whole top, just Aradia.
Cool. I like it.
Thanks. But yeah.
Okay, Aradia. Funny moments, and this will just relate to the final points that we might mention at some point, because this is gonna go on for hours, I assume.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I love it. And I love in every second of it.
Guys, I want you to know I'm blasting Megalovania right now.
Imagine this horrific idea. Imagine if we released this this podcast in parts, but the parts were the beginning was Act 1, and then this is Act 2.
We could. Slowly, I'm compiling a playlist of music to play underneath what we're saying. So this might become something.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, just one note. Aradia's like ancestor who was supposed to quote unquote serve Lord English.
Yeah.
Like
the handmaiden.
Yeah, the handmaiden. Like okay, the moment when the handmaiden was introduced, where Hussey just fucking kicked the fourth wall and just fucking beat the living shit out of Doc Scratch, and then freed her and like, Young Arcadia, go fuck off, you're cool. That was a cool subversive meta moment. That was the moment that like brought soul to stuff. Not this whole bullshit that happens in Act 6 where characters do nothing because quote unquote the plot has to happen. Because quote unquote
all that shit with like Hussey and Doc Scratch is like, haha, cool, great. That was hilarious.
Yes, because it was awesome. But then it's just, why did it have to not stop being that? Like, why did it have to stop? Hussey breaks out the window. Fucking, there are pages because this is when the like the Resi stuff is happening with Vriska. So the top panel is the Hussey stuff, and the main panel is like Doc Scratch telling what's gonna happen. If you remember this section of the comic, and it's really cool and awesome. And then we transition to Hussey, and he's just with his fucking crank just starts beating shit out of Doc Scratch, and I'm like, yes,
it's hilarious because Doc Scratch is a fucking prick.
Yes, it's awesome, but then no. In Act 6, Hussey is literally in the actual story, not as a funny joke or a meme. He literally is talking to the characters and actually telling them what to do. Oh god.
Yes.
Side tangent. Since we're halfway through the trolls, I do want to talk about Doc Scratch for a minute because he is pivotal.
Oh god.
Okay. Let's leave Doc Scratch for like. Doc Angel. I think he's literally Lord English. Or do we want to like start with him now?
He's like a puppet of Lord. He's like a puppet with a part of Lord English's soul.
Yeah, he's like the egg. He's the egg. Lord English comes out of his fucking head.
Yeah. God.
Doc Scratch is one of those characters when like I think about Homestuck and I'm like, haha, yeah. I remember how Doc Scratch was a shithead and funny and goofy. I love it. I love Homestuck. Haha. Remember when he said she did what?
I remember all of those things. Hold on, my dog is barking. I'll be right back. Keep talking about Doc Scratch. I don't care about him. However, is he a pedophile? Discuss.
Yes, and that is based. I love.
Oh yeah, he starts like hitting on Rose until she's like cute or whatever.
Yeah, he is a creep and super fucking funny and hilarious.
Okay, but
he's like Ahsoka. He is a Ahsoka.
Explain his stuff.
What do you mean?
I mean lore-wise.
Okay, so Doc Scratch is like what he is like the progenitor of Lord English. He is what? Let me go to the fucking Homestuck wiki. Lord English Homestuck, or wait, not Lord English. Fucking Doc Scratch.
Doc Scratch. Lord English, Doc Scratch. What's the difference? One's a little more green.
Yeah.
One is a lot cooler than the other. I loved Lord English and his cameos at the beginning and his hints, but then I met him and I thought, cool. But then we get into actually Lord English, and I'm like, this is retarded.
You mean Caliborn?
No, I loved Caliborn at the beginning, and I thought Calliope was such a cool, tragic character, and Caliborn was base. And I'm like, I'm gonna get into it when we reach it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I'll wait for it. You know.
Okay, Doc Scratch.
Okay, you know when the characters Caliborn, Gamzee, Equius, and autoresponder / Little Hal get sucked into the juju? Oh wait, no, wait, what the fuck? Wait, fuck, I keep no. Oh, I hate Homestuck so much, you guys. So, Doc Scratch is like those characters. Because remember what happened in the little clay animation where Caliborn was like, "Here's all the."
Oh yeah, he's like all those characters into one.
Yeah, he is all those characters' ectobiological child, and that is how he forms the seed. Yeah, Caliborn fuses with Gamzee, Equius, autoresponder, Little Hal, fucking ectobio bullshit.
Oh god.
turns into this guy, and then he's a fucking egg, and he has little Scotty dogs, and he beats around his Asian house slave young lady.
Okay, I assume Lord English is Lord English and the character that shall not be named. Unlike the last ones we're gonna talk about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna save up stuff about it. Because they are indeed, quote unquote, the most important characters.
Lol.
Let's talk about the next character though.
Nepeta is a masterclass in what a good Homestuck character is.
Her name's Nepeta, can't forget her, fall in love just as soon as you met her. And I have so many Broadway Homestuck songs in my head. Nepeta is a romance character. She's a romance story character. She likes Carcat, and she has a supportive best friend. I mean, she's great.
Okay, Nepeta is cool in all the right ways. And I would have loved to see more of her. Okay, she's in a weird spot. Because when Hasika left the trolls because he didn't want to write them anymore, and her dying, I think... I don't know what she would have done other than be that. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, he could have given her any sort of development or further characterization at all. He could have done that.
Yeah. Like, her feelings for Carcat.
But like I was saying, no, I'm just saying, like, if he's willing to just kill Equius and Eridan and all of those, I feel like Nepeta was a logical choice.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I just feel like with Equius's death, because Nepeta is also the thing that Teferi should have done for Lucis.
Nepeta went nowhere. Fuck, scratch that. She had so much potential, and none of it was... God damn it.
Yeah, because she hunted for her Lucis. She did that herself. She hunted other Luci.
No, Nepeta was a badass.
Yeah, she was a badass. She was capable. She was a friendly person. With Equius's death, it could have really triggered a huge amount of development from her in so many inconceivable and incredible ways.
They're not subversive enough. I'm sorry, Cecil. They're not subversive, and that is the rule.
I'm sorry, but fridging the male character and using that for the female character's development, incredibly subversive.
Damn, that's true. Because it's usually the opposite.
Yeah. I can make anything subversive, NoNeedBruh. It's not that it wasn't subversive enough. It's that Hersey is a white boy who doesn't know how to make fun, cool things anymore.
Trolls have gender, but do they have different sexes?
They're all like the same sex.
Does that mean that they all have titties, or only some of them have them?
I think no, girls have titties, but they don't use them because they're not mammals.
But
but they do say genetic material.
So they reproduce
have
like
genders.
semi-asexually.
They literally do have genders.
No. They reproduce asexually.
Yeah, they coom in a bucket. No. Isn't it like the passion used to make the coom with your partner part of like what makes it more potent and helps like spread your genes along?
Yeah, everybody has the weird tentacle dick. Everybody has that.
Yeah. Ooh, I love that. But yeah, no, I think gender is a thing because you have like they have like male and female gender roles still, despite everyone assumably having like a nook and like, you know, like Carcat uses all those words.
Yes,
but
the
like
nook and bone bulge. Yes, we're familiar.
Yes. So it's like they have all of it. I'm pretty sure they all have all of it.
Okay, so yeah. I do think this is a case where this is a Steven Universe case. Where they're asexual, but like actually the rocks are clearly female, but like actually they're not in canon. Right. Even though it's not represented at all in the actual story.
There is there's a part close to the end where Arqueus-sprite, remember everybody's favorite character Arqueus-sprite? Lol. Where Arqueus is prattling on about troll tits, and which proves that they exist. And my theory is that just like some of them have them, some of them don't. It's just a genetic thing. It's not based on gender. And
so Kanaya's Kanai's Dancester, like all the Dancesters who are older, have titties.
Yeah, but that's I hate them and I don't care.
Okay, but like they are clearly, some of them are dressed as stereotypically female, while the others are not that.
I'm not trying to argue against that.
I mean, I think they have gender.
No,
whether or not they have sex.
I'm not arguing actually like what are the ramifications. I'm just saying in the actual story, he said something, but it wasn't like in. I mean, like all the troll girls look like the stereotypical girls.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
I'm willing to suspend my disbelief so far to be like, yeah, there can be guys and girls in the alien world too. That's fine. That doesn't bother me.
Aliens can be
I just
guys
like
and girls
thinking
too, guys.
about it. It's just interesting for me to think about as I am obsessed with sex and gender.
I am obsessed
Simon,
with fucking destroying this man called Hussey and fucking analyzing every decision and how he managed to just nuke everything so spectacularly.
Yeah.
Could you be a little less of an egg, Psymid? You know, Lord English might pop out of you.
Oh no, I would hate for that to happen.
No, Caliborn, don't pop out of me. I'm such a dickhead. Which character were we on? Fuck, I got distracted. Oh, Nepeta! It's Nepeta! It's Nepeta, yeah. And Nepeta had a lot of, I think we already said this, but Nepeta had a lot of, Nepeta could have done a lot of cool things. Nepeta could have been a lot. Nepeta was really cute, and she was a cat girl. And I'm sad I didn't, you know.
I just want to say, a version of Nepeta, aka Davepeta, had more screen time than fucking Jake in the actual finale. Like, what the fuck?
The thing is that Davepeta is basically Nepeta's like issues completely solve all of Dave's issues and vice versa.
It's such a weird like wow, guys, for the finale of this comic, remember Nepeta and Equius, that really like heartfelt, emotional, gripping story that you really cared about? And remember Dave and Bro, that really heartfelt, emotionally gripping story? And remember the fucking plight of fucking Davepetasprite, who constantly, time and time fucking again, had his identity fucking like shat on by his fucking friends who he cared about, who he sacrificed literally everything to save.
Yes,
but we're just gonna tie both of their issues up in a neat little bow. Haha.
We're gonna connect them all. It's all connected.
We gotta connect all the useless bows. And we're gonna leave out all the actual stuff we actually give a shit about. Like the screen time that Davepeta got is so fucking bizarre to me. Like, this could have been Jake or Jane or literally anyone, except it's Davepeta. And not to mention Rose, Cat, or whatever.
Jasper's Sprite Squared, thank you.
Yes, Jasper Squared. They both combined get so much more screen time. Literally the main character in like the last stretch of the comic. Why? Why?
I think I love Davepeta so much because Davepeta is just Dave and Nepeta, and therefore is everything good.
Davepeta is two cool characters in one character.
No,
that is true.
Davepeta is such a cool character, except I was reading his dialogue and reading, and then I looked at the top of the screen and I was like, page 7,900. Why am I with Davepeta? Like, what the fuck?
Because Davepeta's here to make everything better. But yes, good girl Nepeta. Who's next?
Yes, next character.
Next character is...
Okay,
let's talk about Equius the Hawk now.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Equius is dumb. He had a shtick, and I liked it, and he should have been fridged for Nepeta's development.
Equius is a funny guy, lol.
He's a funny joke. He's like Gimsy. He's a funny joke, only he wasn't ruined by being made into not a funny joke.
Yeah.
It would have been better if he died for Nepeta's character development, as he clearly should have.
Remember Arqueus Sprite? My favorite
No,
character
we
in
don't. That's
Homestuck.
not real. I refuse to acknowledge it. He liked horses. I liked that he liked horses.
Yep.
Yes, there we go. That's what I have to say about Equius.
NoNeedBruh, do you have anything about Equius?
Equius? I just honestly forgot Equius existed. Except except Gamzee showed up with his body and just merged the glasses with him. Which is such... Ariston, I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna keep repeating this. Dear listener, you are gonna get sick of me saying this. And I just want to replicate the experience I felt while reading this fucking comic. It was so subversive because the scene before Equius merges with the glasses, guess what?
What?
An emotional scene between the AI Dirk and actual Dirk. When the AI is like, please don't kill me. Like, I want to do. Being alive feels good. I want to see what that is. Can you please give me the chance? And there is this whole thing with Dirk and him. And it's been building up and it's really cool. And then he's like, okay. And then he throws it to the Colonel. And I'm like, I want to see what this character turns out to be. But no, Gamzee shows up and fucking throws Equius in. And suddenly we have Equius Dirk, I guess. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my god, I just remembered a whole thing about Equius and how he had this weird... How it could have totally been a character moment because he always had this weird thing about authority and a huge boner for fascism. But in protecting the Peta, instead of strengthening himself for the sake of his dear friend who he cared about greatly, he instead submitted to the High Blood who was just going to kill him and then kill her. And he could have not done that. And then it would have been so much better. It would have been so much better if he finally fought against this weird fucking authority kink to save his friend. Oh my god! I just realized how Equius could have been interesting.
Yeah.
But instead
what if we sacrificed funny memes for actual development?
Yes, literally funny memes. Literally a fucking clown guy. The clown character. He's not Gamzee, he's just the clown. The clown shows up and throws Equius in there. Basically, ruining two characters for the price of one.
Basically, yes.
I was genuinely looking forward to seeing AI Dirk. Just how, what is he gonna do? How is he gonna, feel when he's actually alive? Instead, no. It's just with Equius. But guys, don't worry. Him and Equius are actually the perfect combination and they're both happy. There is a line about that. There is a literal line that says...
I mean, it's because Equius is the epitome of this kind of masculinity that is interesting. He's like a cool, strong guy. He's an electronics guy. He's kind of like a weird beta version of Dirk in a way, where he did all the things that Dirk does, but he's less cool and just more creepy.
Yeah,
because he has
and AR is a 13-year-old shithead Dirk who's super into being a dude or whatever.
And then he gets merged with this hot guy with massive muscles.
But they are his thing. But guys, the comic tells us they're just happy.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been cool to show him being happy. Like Equius imbued with this kind of joy of just existence and the freedom of life. That
he has shitty jokes, and that's it. He does cool stuff. I just felt cocked because I wanted to see AI Dirk. And I fucking forgot Equius existed up until that moment.
Yep.
It felt... The clown character showed up and just did that.
The clown TM.
No, he's literally the clown.
I know he is, but it's he's like a curse that follows you, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Are we gonna talk about the most important character in Homestuck? What the fuck is his name? Cal?
Oh, little Cal?
Little Cal.
We can talk about him.
That's a Lord English, yeah. That's a Lord English.
Okay, so who's the next troll after...
The next troll on the list is the coolest and the bestest, Kanaya Merriam.
Oh, the lesbian!
She did nothing wrong. Kanaya did literally everything right.
Kanaya did... she like, she got a perfect fucking score.
Hey, you ready for me to bring up one thing that Kanaya could have possibly done wrong in the canon? She had this weird thing where she felt low-key entitled to Vriska's affection and attention, and got really mad and kind of incel-y when, like, Vriska took the dress she made her, which Vriska asked for. Like, she's like, hey, can you make this for me? Please. And she used it to hit on the boy she liked, and she got mad about it.
But fuck Vriska. She was being a cunt.
Oh no, Vriska like someone else. Like Kanaya being kind of weird and incelly is fine. That's the only
No.
I know,
I don't think
great.
it's weird and incelly. I think she had that crush on him.
It's not like weird and incelly in a major way. It's just low key. It's the worst thing Kanaya's ever done, and that
Kanaya
is just
literally
be a
didn't get fucked,
person
and
who
that's
is
it.
flaws.
Honestly, Kanaya, in no narrative or actually like in the comic, she just did the Kanaya stuff. And at no point was I like, well, but this is weird or strange that she said or did that, or like this feels how. No, Kanaya was just cool.
Kanaya is so in character all the fucking time. She's the she's so well written.
You want to hear about Homestuck too, Kanaya?
Fuck you.
Oh my god.
I hate you.
Okay. So, in one timeline, she finds out that Rose had sex with Jade to give Jade her own child. And she forgives them because she understands Jade wanting to have her child, and she's just upset that her wife didn't talk about it with her before. But she loves and supports Jade in her desire to have a family.
This won't happen. Even in Act 6 Homestuck, the characters were not this.
No.
Yeah.
But then in the other timeline where Rose has run off to become evil, once she is no longer under Dirk's influence, forced to like be in this confusion, she's like, wait it's the fucking second, I want my wife back! That's it. Kanaya is still pretty good, and like her characterization is pretty untouched, even in Homestuck 2. Because she's just that based.
Yeah, it's just that everything around her gets fucked. God, it's so this concept. I'm never not gonna find it interesting that the fact that we're just acknowledging the less the writer touch on a character, the better they are. Okay, next troll, please.
Oh, hold on. Sexy Kanaya, classy vampire.
Oh my god.
Make a play go. Ooh. Okay, no. There we go. Homestuck song.
I just love we're literally covering the entire spectrum with only 3 people.
Listen, that's our power. Who's next?
I am a prince. I live in a ship, and I aim for my rifle. I shoot from a hip, and I got a friend I pity.
Quite a bit. She said,
"Grab your gun, let's have some fun. Share me your parakeets. I have responsibilities. I can't
run. I do not wish to death
of every living thing.
I might be a queen, except you never kill anyone. You fucking stupid bitch. You never did fucking anything except ruin Aridin.
Oh.
I hate Pfeffery, guys.
Okay, please go on in that tangent. I want to know.
Yeah. Okay, wait, no. First, we have to talk about Aridin. Because
Aridin, Pfeffery's right after Aridin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how about you guys give your thoughts on Aridin and Pfeffery, and then I can go the fuck off because I have a lot to say, and I want to hear your opinions first because I already know mine.
I think
go Sincerity, bro.
I think Aridin is kind of cringe. But in the past, how many 3 hours that we've been recording? I've kind of come around
even
on
halfway
the fact
through. Like this is
that
not even.
Fairy is like way more cringe than Aridin. And not just because she says retarded that one time.
Yeah. Cool. NoNeedBruh, how do you feel about? Oh, and you can also see your feelings on Pfeffery.
Okay, Aridin and Pfeffery. Okay, I didn't forget Pfeffery existed because of Mina and stuff, but I did forget Aridin existed.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to say, opinions aside, Nepeta acquiesced. Not Nepeta. Nepeta got all the fucking screen time later. But like Equius and Eridan and Feferi, specifically Feferi, not any Verdances or whatever, they didn't get that much screen time at all.
Yeah, it's almost like Andrew introduced a bunch of characters, immediately realized that there was feature creep going on, had to address the situation, and then just made the same problem again.
Yeah.
Worse. It made it worse. He just...
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. Is that...
Okay, that is it. I literally forgot they existed. I think Feferi is cool. Eridan? Okay, Eridan was introduced as this guy who was like with Feferi and doing stuff, and then they broke up, and it was like, I guess this is a cool thing that could lead somewhere. But then the next time we see him, he just murders everyone. And I'm like, okay, I guess.
Okay. Welcome to Ceetol's Feferi Eridan Rant Show, everybody! Okay, so Eridan had a lot of interesting concepts. He was really close with Kanaya and Karkat. He had an interesting, interesting relationships with the characters that continue to live and continue to be kind of cool. He had those interesting connections, and he could have been a very cool person. He was always, super into, the fascist, hierarchy and super into history. Which is typical of someone in his station as a high blood. He was, in essence, everything that is wrong with the system in one character, displayed. What's wrong with the people in the low bloods? You can already tell that they're being subjected. That is bad. But how does it affect? Eridan is it's bad for everybody. It's bad for the ruling class because they're angry and desperate for attention and have all these expectations put upon them. Eridan's you know that kid that starts dating way too young and starts having sex way too young and just ends up super fucked up? That's Eridan. Yeah. That is Eridan's entire purpose as a character, which I personally find to be interesting. However, there's more, because the fact of the matter is that so here's the thing that really insulted this for me. Eridan Feferi's moral allegiance was put in direct contrast as incredibly important with Nepeta and Equus's. Mm-hmm. And Nepeta and Equus have a perfect, excellent, good friendship where they support each other and help make each other better people. Equus stops Nepeta from killing everything and being a vicious murderer and being more basically kind of cool. And Nepeta stops Equus from being a crazy piece of shit. It's good. It's great. But what the Eridan Feferi relationship is Eridan feeds Feferi's Lucis and takes care of all of her responsibilities.
Yeah.
And in return, she makes him feel like he is fulfilling his role in the caste system, despite the fact that one of her few characterizations is that she wants to overturn it. She solely uses him to fulfill all obligations that she herself should have filled, while also needing to fulfill his own. And then she just fucks off with Solix, who I don't even know how she knows Solix. I mean, it's not that Solix isn't cool, but how does this bitch know him? Why is she into him? And why is he giving her the time of day? Because she has no character. She is an empty, useless, money-digging whore who only wants to use men for their ability to make her life easier. She only likes him. She's that privileged white girl who dates a black guy because, ooh, he's so exotic. That is Feferi. She's a fusing piece of shit, and Eridan could have been so much cooler and had so much more potential to recognize the faults of the system and develop as a person because of his connections with people who recognize the issues with the system. It could have been like Karkat was the change needed in the system that existed. Kanaya was the things that needed to stay to help continue their race. And Eridan could have been the things that we needed to let go. And we could have had those lessons. And it could have been interesting. But it never was. Because everyone abandoned Eridan. Because Fairy never gave a fuck, really. Because Karkat was too busy trying to hold the world together.
Hey, let's stop being retarded for a minute. Yes.
Okay, I do have counterpoints. I'm just saying.
I need
Because
to get
I
some
knew
water.
you were.
Hold on.
I
I
knew
need to
you
get
were
some
on
water.
the.
I need to get some water.
I'm gonna wait.
You yelled too much.
That's pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
I'm gonna
don't you
wait.
think? I'm genuinely impressed by that. That was sick.
Okay. And now I actually have to try and live up to the C2 legacy when I talk
It's
about
not
the
possible,
character
my
that
friend.
shall not be named.
Oh my god. You know,
God.
yeah.
She represents all the parts
We
I
can't
hated
do
about
it yet.
Homestuck. And
yeah.
what? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
We're not
Okay.
that. You're back.
Yes, I'm back. I got my water.
Okay, the thing about Eridan and Feferi, that I just want to touch on is I feel the moment that the game started, Feferi just wanted to be free. And I don't think it's honestly that she owes him anything, because while he was fulfilling her responsibilities of feeding the Lucis and keeping him from literally killing everyone in the universe or whatever, I feel that she also was filling her role as his moralist or whatever, his friend, his psychiatrist. Yeah. She was fulfilling that role. So when the need for him to do the thing stopped, I don't think she owed him anything at the end of the day.
Okay. I think here's the thing. You have a friend. You tell this friend all your issues. They're basically your only support system. They're really important to you. You really care about them. But then the second the thing you do for them stops, they abandon you.
Yeah, but I don't think she.
I don't think she has to. I think she's a huge cunt for doing it.
She wants to be his friend. I'm talking she said, I'm gonna be your friend, but I don't think I can be the person who can take all of your baggage. I'm sorry about that. Can you just find someone else? And I feel that is perfect. Okay, and that is related to another thing. Because
I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable in the context of humans. As humans,
I was gonna get at that. Feferi acts like a fucking human, which makes zero sense.
Yes, 100%. And in the context of a human, perfectly normal and valid. In the context of someone who is biologically inclined to commit murder and just be angry, I think even as a leader, she should have looked at as someone who's supposed to be a future leader. She looked at that I'm kind of
okay. Yeah. Because the Empress or actual ancestor, whatever, she's nothing like Mina or the Empress. She's acts like a human, and that's supposed. And I'm what the fuck? How isn't she a troll? Which returns to the fact that I'm just saying and here's the thing. Feferi spent so little screen time beyond that interaction with Eridan. And we didn't see any more Feferi until she fucking died.
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? If Feferi wanted to be his friend, why didn't she I don't know, be his friend and spend time with him instead of spending all her time with other people?
I want to actually get into that. I think we're finished.
I feel like narrative wise, I don't blame this on Feferi as a fictional character, because I know this is she was written this way. She can't help it.
We didn't see anything of Feferi. Yeah, we didn't see anything more of Feferi. We just saw that one interaction, and that was it.
Yeah, and it's
okay. Side note,
I think it's mostly aggravating to me because everything in all the ways that the whole world is set up with trolls, everything she does is counter the way trolls should be. She's basically just a trigger for Eridan, and I don't like it. I especially don't like it because Eridan has a relationship with Karkat, and they are because Karkat's friends with everyone's, and he's nice to Eridan, and there's someone who 100% would have recognized if he was Eridan's Moirail that if I'm going to stop being his Moirail, I need to set him up with a new Moirail, otherwise he's going to go nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just want to say, I think the Feferi Eridan thing is less of a character analysis and more of they just got fucked by the plot. Because honestly, I forgot that Aridin was Kakarot's friend. Because Solix was
God.
that. No,
yeah,
because
Solix
was
also
that.
Karkat's friend, and he was like his friend and had more screen time.
Yeah, but it's just screen time. Like Aridin had literally the scenes where he was introduced, then literally an actual just flash forward to when he just murdered everyone.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. I remembered he was friends with Aridin and Kanaya, and that I remembered all that because I really loved those Aridin with Karkat and Kanaya because I remembered those interactions where like the Karkat and Kanaya basically like, yeah, you just want to genocide all the land dwellers. And he's like, well, not you guys. You know, I like you guys, and that's the thing. He's just a lonely kid, and like his only friend abandoned him. And I hate it, and it's easy to hate her because Aridin has like 2 cents more worth of characterization than her.
We literally had 2 sentences from Fifth Fairy.
Like, he had more characterization than her, so I hate her. She has less characterization, and therefore
okay. On another note, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
The troll session. I hate. We might get into this later, but it's just a small point. The fact that we never see the troll session is such is such like what the fuck moment.
Yeah, no,
because,
I remembered something about Aridin where he was killing the people on his land.
Yeah, he was killing the angels that were his fucking consorts because they thought they were enemies.
Yeah, because they're creepy and they whisper horrible things to him. Yeah. And I can't remember, why do some people know the mechanics of the game and others don't?
Because they tend to tell each other. I guess probably. I don't know.
Oh no, universe stuff. Because the universe that's how it's supposed to be.
Doesn't Karkat try to tell him, but he's like, no, there's no way.
The thing is that Karkat tries to tell him after he's already started killing them. And Aridin goes on to explain they whisper horrible things to me, and they're creepy and evil looking, and then Karkat has to deal with someone else's bullshit.
Oh man,
because he doesn't have time to deal with Aridin.
This stuff is related to a lot of stuff with that one awesome point called character weird agency and how they operate in Homestuck, because there is a lot of weird Funko junk related to that. For example, we're not gonna get into it, but for example, none of the characters react to their literal world being destroyed.
Yeah,
correct.
True.
Yeah, and for example, Dave is in a burning building and all this shit is happening, but no one's there, really. And all of their stuff, all of them just died, and they're like, I guess the planet
that's something in early Homestuck that can easily be written off as that's not the focus, so we're not really gonna...
Yes, but then later on we're supposed
but there's
to
no
give
emotional fallout after it happens. Which
even when it gets to the second lot of kids, Jane lives in suburbia.
Yeah.
And
literally surrounded by people.
Yeah. And she goes out, and she's supposed to be the heiress of a company or whatever.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. At first it was just whatever, a thing that happened, but with all the stuff that happened way later, it just makes 0 sense for it to be the case. We're supposed to give a fuck, but at the same time not give a fuck.
Not that much of a fuck.
I mean, John. God damn it, we're gonna come back to John for a second. His reaction to all his friends.
You go on about John.
Yeah. Okay. His John reacting to all of his friends dying was his same reaction to when in early Homestuck the entire fucking planet exploded.
Right.
That was his reaction, and it's not supposed to be that way.
No, at the beginning, I can understand these kids live in an abstract world, an abstract version of of our world. That's why they have video game shit. But once you start trying to convey genuine human plots with character dramas where they're crying that they don't like each other or whatever, it feels weird that the characters did act that way and now are acting this way, and also not reacting to things that you would get way more upset about. Like, there was more crying over, like, Jake not liking XYZ character than, like, game over. You know what I mean?
God, I hate Game Over. Game Over, like, represents everything it's such a culmination of Act 6 in such a neat way.
Ugh. Yeah, it ties up in a little fucking bow, doesn't it?
Yes, all the problems just in one fucking small animation. Oh god. Oh god. The Jake stuff. I really want to fucking dig into the Jake stuff.
Soon.
Who's next?
Soon. Okay.
I mean,
like you were saying about the fairy agency didn't know the rules.
Yeah.
It's weird, and we're gonna get into that, but like it's a lot of fucking meta bullshit. And at first it's like whatever quirky, they just didn't talk. But later it's just like they just didn't do the thing because that's what the narrative is. Like, why didn't John solve every problem? It's because it was hard, I guess. It's his response to Roxy. I will never forget that when he was like, I don't know. And I'm like, you are God, please do something. And he's like, I don't know. And that was it. Gamzee, we need to kill Gamzee. No, he has plot armor. Like, these are lines in the fucking comic.
Yeah. Okay. So my last point on Eridan and Feferi is just that I could see a lot of the potential Eridan had, but Eridan was also a lonely boy who lost one of his only friends, one of his closest friend, and that really resonated for me. And Feferi had minimal characterization, got with all the coolest characters, and became like his like best friend confidant for no reason that I can discern, and does basically nothing but make fish puns and make Eridan sad.
And then literally dies. She has so little screen time.
Oh, you can't treat her like that. She's just a 13-year-old, guy.
I don't care. I don't like her. I will punch her child face.
Good.
No, but honestly, we just did. Okay. What the fuck was I gonna say?
So, are we now gonna talk about the one who must not be named?
I mean, sure. Fucking,
Okay. Can we please save her till later? Can we do that? Because
she's so deep in the plot that we need to push her back.
Yeah. Please
so we're in the intermission of characters, which I think is this the beta kids? You're doing beta kids now?
Alpha kids.
Alpha kids. I don't care which version they are.
So
I just
yeah.
Shit! I just wanted to say this before we move on from the trolls. The troll session. The characters, even though they had this entire fucking journey, and even though they keep saying how Kakarot brought them all together, about how they defeated this large legendary Lucis and boss and all this stuff, they act the same way. Before and after the session, which is just fucking strange to me.
Yeah, I feel like there should have been some bonding happening in there, like big fights, cool stuff.
Yeah,
like at the very least, like Eridan and like Solix's weird Kismesis setup could have like been expanded upon the two of them competing to see who could kill the thing harder, because they're both long range guys.
It's so weird because the only things we see from the troll session is the introduction to every planet. Except we never see those planets again.
I mean, we see the planets of the one who should not be named. Though.
Yeah, we see that character's planet a little.
Okay, so like, Homestuck game session planets are cool.
I didn't hear you.
The game session like areas, they're cool. They're neat. I like them.
Yeah, the game, like all the game mechanics of Spurb are cool as shit.
We should play Spurb so we don't have to deal with Trump anymore.
Agreed.
I mean, if we play Spurb, I think it's gonna be literally
pronon Spurb session when lol.
No, I mean like okay. If we're on this tangent. No, not yet. This is on my note. I'm just looking over and I'm like, Spurb, character agency. Don't talk about it yet. Fuck. Okay, move on. Alpha Kid.
Okay, do we want to do Jake first so you can go off? Or do we want to do Jake last so you can go off?
No, Jake last, because I have a fucking rant about the dude.
Jane first?
Sure.
Sure.
You know, Homestuck, you know how it was really cool and there was tons of shit going on all the time?
Yes.
And then Cascade happened?
Yes.
Who the fuck is this dumbass bitch rolling up in here like she's the main character of fucking Homestuck? Get out of here! Who are you? Who are you?
Here's the thing, I liked Jane, 'cause she's just like this wholesome, she's a small town girl.
Except she gets fucked at every opportunity.
Like, I don't care about her. Like they don't incentivize me to care about her.
Yeah, I liked her because she was just a nice girl who liked her friend, and she was a good friend to her other friends.
I genuinely, as someone who's like, it isn't, I think, because you had to wait to do that stuff. But for me personally, as someone who just had the entire comic, I was looking forward to Jane. I was like, I liked Nana. I think Nana was a cool character. I want to see more of Nana. But then, like, they introduced her, and I was vibing. Okay, the fucking biggest problem with Act 6 is I was vibing. I was hardcore vibing with the kid, with the alpha kid. I like Dirt. I like Jane. I like Jake. I liked Roxy. They were all based and fucking red pilled. But then at the moment, I was like, yes, they're gonna do stuff. The comic just takes such a fucking nosedive.
They don't. You do like one puzzle as her in a fucking play. Here's what I should say. I want to clarify my point. Because what I said was a little dishonest and hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Jane and the other alpha kids are like, oh, look at these new interesting characters. We're doing the thing where we start Homestuck over again. Which is like, the meta joke. And I too was looking forward to it, but it did not deliver, unlike the last two times.
Okay. Isn't it so Homestuck 2, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it great how Jane becomes a fascist, cheats on her husband?
Which
you know
makes
the best thing about Jane? You know the best thing about Jane?
What?
That never changes. Jane's dad.
Yeah.
Because Jane's dad is just another version of John's dad. In Homestuck 2 right now, Jane in a timeline where Dirk has like taken off with his Ecto daughter and Terezi to try and make a new world. Jane is stuck, like she's trying to become president. And she's almost there, but then Jasper Squared shows up and leses the whole thing up. And she takes her away to make sure she can learn how to be a real president. And she does it, and like Jane's dad is just like, where is my daughter? I'm going on an epic quest to find my daughter. And right now, Jane's dad is looking for his daughter because he loves his kid and he wants what's best for her and he wants her to be safe. And Jane's dad cannot be ruined by anything. He's a cool man. He's cool because he's just John's dad, but Jane's dad.
I hate that at the end of Homestuck, John hugs Jane's dad and Jane doesn't hug her dad. That felt bad to me when that happened.
Fair. I feel like John and Jane should have both hugged her dad. Correct. I feel like Jane's dad should have been like, I
feel like they should have fucking talked. I feel like John and Jane should have fucking talked.
Yeah, she should have been like, this is my dad, and Jane's dad should have been like, I have a son now. I'm proud of his son.
Hey, he literally spent the last 3 years with his fucking ghost Nana. Like, what the fuck? He wouldn't want to talk to the actual smaller version of her at all. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this happening? This is the last cool thing. This is I think I'm gonna link this in cult meeting.
Yeah.
Give me a sec. Because this was literally, objectively, for me personally, the last cool thing that happened in Homestuck. And after this, it was all fucking bad.
Oh, damn.
Let's see.
Okay. Let's see. We're ready.
I'm just reading Doc Scratch's wiki page, and like this shit is so rad. Like all of this is so rad.
Yeah, I liked Jane before they made her into a fascist and made her like fuck Gamzee behind Jake's back, and like she is literally an abuser to Jake. She is super abusive to Jake.
Dirk
Okay.
Unite Synchronization is so fucking
It
good.
really is. Hey, do we want to move on to Dirk now?
Yes.
Okay, Jane. I literally didn't say anything about her because
Okay.
she is such a fucking. She's so related to Jake, which is the fact that Jake didn't get his character arc at all. It just stopped. It is such a fucking pivotal point because
She just wants to fuck Jake.
no, she wants to fuck Jake, and that's a
Yeah.
cool thing or whatever. But then the Jake stuff just stops and goes nowhere for no reason. God.
It's because he's gay.
No, not the gay stuff. I think he's bi. I think he's literally bi.
I'm pretty sure he actually is literally bi and he isn't gay. But like he's gayer than her.
That's a way to put it.
So
Yeah.
weird. I'm just gonna say it. The scene where she says no to Jake when he asks her, "Do you like me?" and she answers no, and it didn't feel like, oh my god, this is so cringe or weird or awkward. I felt real relatability to the situation that
Yes.
was happening. I was like,
Yes.
this is fine. I'm okay with whatever is happening right now. What I'm not okay with is literally we spent 100 pages plus 100 pages with Dave Peta and fucking Cat Rose, and we never see a scene between Jane and Jake just talking at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I vibe with that.
It's not. Yeah, they fucking. I'm watching Dirk
Also,
Unite
isn't it
Synchronization
awesome how
right
she's
fucking
literally
now.
stops being a character? Isn't it based like the moment that Jane becomes God mode and we're like, oh my god, she's gonna do stuff now. Immediately mind controlled.
Yeah, no, that sucks.
Yeah. Dirk, such a fucking badass. I'm watching this flash right now. Oh my god.
Let's talk about Dirk. I have cooking montages on while I sit here and talk about Homestuck.
This motherfucker, he literally does the last like thing that happens in Homestuck until like the absolute end.
This is literally the last part that I just felt any amount of actual emotion or just reaction. The rest of Homestuck was just a flat line, somehow gone to the negative.
Yeah.
God.
Hey guys, how do you feel about Dirk?
He's cool. He's cool. My thoughts aren't very complex, honestly, but he's cool.
Okay.
I don't know, man. See, I guess they are. So, Dirk and Jake, the relationship of Dirk and Jake is something that is so fucking, like, it is such a misstep and such a like a great example of the faults of later Homestuck, in that like we build it up like this thing, but we never like see the conclusion. It's just like implied and or just never literally touched on again. And it
like they show Dirk and Jake being cool.
Yeah.
They're wearing their I'm just being cool shirts. They're hanging out. You know, like boyfriends do.
Yeah.
They kiss
yeah, but they're not, because here's the thing. Okay, this is one weird thing, because I felt that Jane and Jake were gonna end up together, and I just knew it by the end of the comic that they will end up together, and I was like, okay, I'm fine with it, but I just want to see them talk. I wanted to see the talk. I want to see anything. I just wanted to see these characters instead of just being cocked. All of the characters, I wanted to see their conclusion. I never got to. And every other which I guess I'm happy about, because every other characters I got to see their conclusion. The conclusion was, you weren't important. You didn't have anything to do. Jade, Calliope. The fucking last line with Jade is, she is being told, you need to stay asleep, and if you wake up or like whatever, just have fun. That is the last line. And Jade spends so much time sleeping throughout Act 6. She does fucking nothing. God.
So,
Dirk is cool.
you want to hear what happens to Dirk in Homestuck 2?
He becomes.
I love you,
becomes Andrew
Cito.
Hussey
Thank you.
because Dirk's character, like, is in
I
Homestuck.
genuinely
Dirk
feel
is
we
like this
literally
character
have the
who
full picture.
Dirk takes action. Just like in fucking Unite, in every single step, he is the one who's like, no, guys, we got to get shit done. We have to make moves. We have to have plans. We have to create ideas.
Okay, except literally no. Except because after Dirk's synchronization, he just does nothing.
Well, yeah, up until this point is what I'm saying. Anyway,
it was so cool when he went to the
Andrew Hussey fucking
grabbed
projects
Roxy
onto him because he's like the cool horse guy or whatever, and that's like me, Andrew Hussey, lol. And so obviously, I need to put this character who you explain what happens to fucking Dirk.
So Dirk becomes the main antagonist of Homestuck 2.
Great, because
Why?
remember, guys,
Literally,
Dirk was really
why?
evil and not like totally a cool Chad who wanted to like save everyone and be a good
Even
friend.
his fucking AI was not evil.
No, his AI was just a fucking cunt.
No, even when he was a fucking cunt, when he was merged with Aqueous, the AI literally just straight up said on many occasions about how much he wanted to help them. And about when like, hey, why wouldn't you go see Dave? He's like, nah, Dirk deserves it first. Like, based AI, how the fuck did Dirk become the villain?
Well, you see, here's the thing. Dirk awakens this next tier of god tier powers, which allows him to see beyond canon.
What? How and
Please
why?
kill
How
me.
and why?
Oh no, there's more. How? Why? It's a natural extension of god tier. That's how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So, and because he sees that that they're fading out of relevancy now. They're that if he continues to do nothing and just be happy, they will no longer be canon because that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
That is retarded.
And so,
I just want to say, side note about Homestuck 2 and the epilogues, the fact that the plot is literally based upon we're not relevant anymore is such a fucking capricious, self-indulgent, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I just want to know why just not write an actual story. The fact that this is the plot now, literally, and actually physically, the plot is we're not relevant.
Are you mad?
This is not a story anymore. It's literally not a story anymore.
Are you mad? Are you upsetty? Can I continue?
Yeah, it becomes not a story.
I'm just sad. I'm just fucking sad. This is miserable. I just want to communicate this to anyone in the ether who's hearing this. This is not cathartic for me. This is literally just fucking sad.
Yeah.
So, because they're no longer relevant, Dirk has to crawl his way back into relevancy. He refuses. He refuses to be irrelevant, and so he needs to start the game again. The game needs to start again. The game that
guys, it's lost. It's literally just lost.
Yeah, no, he needs to start the game again, and so he needs to create a new thing. But because he's the Prince of Heart, aka the controller of souls, he's the peak of his power is literally just being able to control everyone around him without them noticing. He literally just becomes the author.
Great.
Yeah, that is his power. And so he decides that because the story needs to continue, so they can continue to be relevant, what he does is he goes off and he needs to make it so he can leave and make a new game. So he manipulates things in a certain way because he wants certain things to happen because he's still Dirk. You know one of the things he wants to happen? He wants Dave to be happy.
Oh, that that got me when you said that.
But Dave's happy though, literally.
Yeah, he wants Dave is sharing a house with Jade and
Yeah,
Carcat.
isn't Dave married to Carcat happily?
No, not at this point.
Oh. What?
Then what the fuck is happening with him?
What?
Like,
How?
you never actually touched on what's up with Dave in that comic.
Okay, so Dave is basically basically in the candy route, which is the one that lets her become a fascist. Mm-hmm. He ends up, him and Jade and Carcat try this like polycule thing, and it doesn't work out, and he ends up marrying Jade because he loves her, but that doesn't really work out because Dave's gay.
But literally he doesn't though. That's not how the comic ends.
Right. That's what? That's totally business bullshit.
That's Candy. He's meat. Or is it meat? In one of them he does that. And in the other one he's just roommates with Carcat. And he thinks Carcat should run for president.
Are either one of them like actually canon? Like, what is canon?
Homestuck. The meat one. I think the meat one is the canon one.
They're both canon.
What is that?
Homestuck too. They're two separated timelines, part of the same story.
That's not how the Force works. Excuse me?
That's how Vriska is a character, because Vriska is a character in the Candy timeline where Jane is a fascist. Because the meat timeline ends at the presidential thing. In that, the Carcat tries to run for president against Jane because Jane's a bit of a bigot. Jane's also a bigot in Homestuck too. And,
why? Literally, why? She was like this sweet. It makes zero sense because he has John, she has Dad, she has literally 2 nanas. How the fuck?
Is she a bigot? I don't fucking know. But either way, she's a bigot now. So they think that like she won't be great at like at running the country. And so Dave and Carcat work together to try and beat her in the presidential election democratically. And it's really cool. And they like that's like the whole meat storyline that isn't John going back in time, fighting the Thing, fucking Terezi.
Why?
Don't fuck Terezi, by the way. Anyway, so basically at the end of that, they lose the election. Yeah, they lose the election because Dirk controls Jake to say that he's still in love with Dirk and that he supports Jane instead of helping Carcat like he agreed to do, because he low-key thinks that Jane's gotten to a point where like, no, I don't think Jane's really cut out for this, honestly. She's been changing lately. And so at the end, after all that, after they lose, and they're okay with it,
I just want to say...
Before
you continue, this is not a story anymore. These are just events that are happening because events needs to happen.
Yeah. So at the end, because Dirk's just about to leave, he's convinced Kanaya with his secret mind powers that Rose needs to go. Rose has been convinced that she needs to go because he's bonding with her, because he's genuinely bonding with her, because he genuinely loves and cares about her and wants to spend more time with her. Because by the way, in the meat storyline, Rose was terminally ill and she was dying.
Okay.
And
what?
Yeah, she was dying because her meta power, her like peak god tier powers were killing her. They don't kill Dirk because he's just that cool. They don't do that to him because he's just that cool. So he built her a robot body and asked her to come with him to help do this thing. And she's like, yeah, I'll do that. You know, Dirk, I feel like I need to do this, so I'll...
Character agency, never heard of it. Actual opinions, no.
Here's the cool thing, right? So at the end of like the epilogues, Dirk's like, he's like because Carcat and like the whole thing with like Carcat, like Jade and Dave is basically that like Dave and Carcat have this like weird tension. They're housemates and they kind of have this like low key like romantic tension, but neither of them are ready to like act on it. And at the end, when Carcat's failed the election, Dirk's like, kiss the boy, like in Dave's head, like he wants Dave, because everyone knows that Dave and Carcat are into each other. Yeah. He wants them to be happy, which is why
they were literally happy.
Yeah, I know, but there's more, because like in the meat route, like Jade literally just doesn't push herself like in the candy group. She pushes herself on Carcat and Dave, which makes their relationship go bad. Which is why Dave ends up marrying her.
Makes zero sense. Jade is like the most passive character in Homestuck.
Yeah, like we get it.
She's
It's just fucking
lonely and she
retarded.
wants to fuck her friends that she loves.
She's not though. She's
She wouldn't-
literally
no,
not though.
That's
Like
not.
that is.
no.
It is this.
I know.
It is
I'm
this.
trying
The
to
thing
tell
about
you,
Jade being lonely.
I need to pee, so I need to get to the end of this, and then you can talk about how bad it is, okay?
Okay.
Because I've been drinking a lot, because I've been yelling. Anyway, so in that, like, neither Dave or Carcat have really made a move. So Dirk's like pushing really hard because he knows that Dave wants to be with Carcat. That's the thing he wants. That's the thing that'll make him happy. Dirk is also low-key kind of forbidden in this, by the way, for some reason. But he's pushing it because he knows it'll make Dave happy. So he's like, do it, kiss the boy, do it now. Do it now, touch the crown, do it now. And then he does it, he kisses Cut. But the thing is that he fights off Dirk because he doesn't want Dirk's influence. He wants him to be able to do it himself. And he kicks Dirk out of his head, but he like does it anyway of his own volition. And Dirk's like, yes, my brother is happy. I can like I can leave now.
But
like,
he. Okay, go Cheetle. Go to the.
But that's it. That's literally it. He genuinely cares about them still. That part of his character is still intact, but other things have been completely demolished.
But it makes zero sense because Dave was literally with Carcat in the comic. Like, what the fuck?
The thing is that they weren't like together. Like they like sat, they like lived together.
They were literally together. There was literally a scene with them just sleeping together and just like hanging out.
And they hang out all the time, but they don't kiss. That's it. That's their relationship. Their relationship is basically sexual. Yeah.
No, he literally says I'm gay. He literally says I'm gay in the fucking comic.
They're boyfriends. Are you joking me?
Yes.
But they're not boyfriends enough. So they have to be more boyfriends. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. Fuck me.
Okay.
This is
Psymid, do you see what I mean when I say this is literally just event?
Yeah, like it's not. There's no cohesion. There's no plot. There's no narrative. It's fan fiction. It's fan fiction bullshit. I've been saying it all this time.
Literally not even fan fiction. Act Omega is fan fiction. This is just bad.
Correct. Something I've been doing is watching these like Homestuck fan story flash animations that seem so fucking cool. Like
I just want to say
like,
this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, literally related to that. When I was like at the end of Homestuck, I started like watching the animations and stuff, like some of like the animated songs and clips or whatever, and I'm just like, this is so fucking cool. And I'm like, the stuff that happens in the comic does not even live up to it. The later stuff, even act. Okay, I don't want to fucking sound like I'm keep repeating myself, but like stuff in the fan animations about what happens in acts is so much cooler and more concise and just like gets you hyped. Even though as soon as you remember what actually happens, you're just like, my fucking god.
Yeah, I've literally clicked through like 2-3 pages of Dave and Carcat talking in Act Omega, and it's so fucking cool and interesting. Because they're like talking about shit that happens.
God. Cito, are you back?
I'm back. I'm having water. I've given myself a Homestuck headache.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we're not even there yet. There is still at least 3 fucking characters that are just gonna take up the rest of this podcast.
Yeah, pretty much. So that's Dirk. Let's go on to like Roxy.
Roxy, I talked about Roxy a lot earlier. Roxy Lawan is a character who I projected onto really hard. Because she didn't know how to talk to her friends, and she was a weird little trans girl. That's how I feel about Roxy Lalonde.
Okay. Roxy, cool. Roxy being the leader, the stuff about Roxy being the actual leader of the Alpha Kid did give me that small sparkle that I felt when they used to say it when John actually had soul. And they were like, John,
because
you're our leader.
Yes,
yeah,
she
I felt
is
it
the
with
fucking
Roxy.
rock.
Yes, I felt it with Roxy. And I was like, Roxy's cool. She's like, saves Calliope and fucking kicks ass and stabs the one and buries Rose and there's all this cool shit. But like, she does not. Then she just stops being cool. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Okay. To be fair, Roxy is not the same as like Dave, Rose, or Kaka. Like, she didn't escape the author, but at the same time, she just got cock-blocked so hard, especially with like John stuff. Because she seemed to be like genuinely interested in the dude, and he seemed to be interested in her. But then there's just nothing happens. Like they don't talk about it. He does not bring it up.
In my mind, I don't know. I never really wanted Roxy and John. I never really wanted there to be a romance there. But the fact that like it conveyed something and then didn't even follow through on it is like, what the fuck was this then? What was this? This was wasted.
Okay, I just want to preface this with saying the reason why we keep focusing on stuff not having payoffs is not because some stuff wasn't unsatisfying. No, every arc ended this way. Like I don't know why.
Every single arc had so much build up and then fizzled out.
Okay, Roxy, specifically Roxy, because we can easily segue to Jake. And Cito, do you have something to say about Roxy?
Do you want to know what happens to Roxy in Homestuck 2?
Oh my god, okay, go.
In the Candy Route, initially it looks like she's having a thing with Calliope. Initially it looks like they're like together, but no.
That's what I thought was being conveyed in the end of Homestuck.
Yes, no, then she goes off with John.
No, John Egbert is a sexless god.
No, and she goes off with John, and they get together, and they have a baby.
What?
Fuck. Yeah, they have a baby. Oh, hold on.
No, John Egbert is without carnal pleasure. He's without carnal desire. He does not contain it with
even though when he actually shows interest, it just doesn't pay off, you guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, John and Roxy have a baby. They have a baby. God, they have a baby. All of them have babies. Okay, all of them have babies. Everyone has a baby. All right.
Yeah.
And Roxy has I have to go to a whole separate tab called Dubiously Canon.
Yeah.
To see her son, Harry Anderson Egbert.
No.
Yeah. Do you want
happening?
I will put this boy in.
What is happening? What is happening?
John and Roxy had this child. This is the John Roxy child.
Where? Oh, this little bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah. No, he's
and
great.
Where did you link it?
And they have this kid, and then they have like, oh god, what happens? Yeah, in Candy they have the kid, but then they go through a rough patch because Roxy's like willfully ignorant to the fascism that Jane's beginning to commit, and John's kind of not about it. John actually not a big fan of fascism.
Yeah, huh?
Incredibly
surprising. It's almost like his whole thing is about being a free
Wait,
free
Roxy
spirit.
becomes a fascist?
No. Roxy becomes a liberal.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yes.
What's up with the fascism stuff? I blanked out for
that's
a
what
second.
That happens with Jane.
Jane literally becomes a fascist dictator.
Okay. Please continue about Roxy and their child. Because I was just staring at the dude and I was like, what the fuck?
So Tavros, Jane and Jake's son, is kind of like high-key abused. He's kind of like high-key being groomed by Gamzee, who lives in the same house as him.
No.
John's not about it. John tries to kidnap him, and he spends all his time worrying about all this other stuff and freaking out. And like high-key, low-key, high-key, having an emotional affair with Terezi.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. This is another thing. This is another fucking thing that just showed up at the last fucking pages for no reason. I'm just like, what? John and Terezi, literally when? Literally how?
There was some shit
Well, they
in
interacted in
mid
the
Act 4, but like that was I thought like it was like kind of Trezzy fucking with them.
Yeah, no, that's
She
what I
was
thought.
black for him, right?
Like maybe they were
Yeah,
kids.
for a
I just
second
wanna
she was like,
say,
"Lol, this guy's so fucking stupid."
okay,
Yeah.
I just want to say about the black stuff. This is what I meant. At the beginning, it meant something and it was going somewhere. But at the end, the black stuff is just used to justify the most retarded decision any character could make.
Yeah, no, it really should have been used as literally anything but that.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing. There is one page when you brought up, I fucking remembered. When they show up before the final battle, Trezzy flies off to meet up with Dave and Dirk. There is just like, oh, Trezzy, I kind of hate Trezzy. And then Dave is like, no, this is when they show up. And then Dave is like, and then Dave and Kakarot is like, oh my god, those are black feelings. And I'm like, what the are they talking about? And he's like, no, I just think she's weird. But then Kakarot goes on in this entire lecture about how romance works, and I'm just like,
Strong Romance Lecture 2.0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like content we need and deserve.
Okay. He just goes on in a romance lecture, and I'm just like, fuck you, because this literally makes no sense, and you're just using this to justify some bullshit that's gonna happen later. And it fucking happened. I knew they were going some bullshit ways with this.
Yeah.
It came out of
John and Terezi, it's like, guess what? You know how all troll romance just ends up being regular romance?
Yeah.
No, John's just in love with her.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
this
that's all it is.
makes
John
less
and
sense.
Terezi are
This
just
literally makes less sense.
They literally just fall in human love because here's the thing. Throughout the entirety of Candy, right? John's like messaging Terezi about stuff like ha 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 lol, this is my life right now. Like, hey Terezi, she's like, hey John, what's going on? And John's like, fucking hell, Terezi, I had a kid. Let's talk about like what's been going on in my life. And he talks to Terezi about all these weird feelings he feels like he can't share with anyone else. And he forms this deep emotional connection to her. And yeah, and that part of Candy was like really earnest and good. And
Shinny fucking Saba. Anyway.
No, this is the Homestuck podcast. We're not gonna tangent even
I serve
more.
you
I'm sorry,
to yeah.
Yeah, no, fuck off, Shinny. You piece of shit. Trying to invade our whole.
Okay, I'm just imagining. Imagine if this was like a pro Anon cast and we had all the rest of the guys. This would never end.
No. Just like Homestuck.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to ask because I think I missed this. You said something about they had the kid and then fascism. What did you mean? I just blanked out for a sec.
Okay, so they had the kid, and because Jane, it's literally just Jane's being fucking weird, and John doesn't like it, but Roxy wants to still support her friend. That's why she's a liberal, because she just wants to support her friend. She just wants everyone to get along.
Right.
She doesn't realize how bad Jane is being because she's got a
literally not Roxy. Literally not Roxy. Roxy literally would have just fucking punched her and told her to shut the fuck up.
She would have literally just talked to him and been like, hey, Janie, this is like not kosher.
Yeah, Jane, this is fucked. Remember how I lived under a repressive fucking authoritarian empire and constantly thought my life was constantly a threat every single moment because the fucking convicts wanted my head on her fucking lap. Yeah.
Oh
anyway,
my god, I hate this. I just love how somehow it gets worse. It just keeps getting worse.
It somehow manages to get worse even after it fucking ends.
Oh my god. Yeah, no. So, yeah, that's a thing. It's like, I don't even remember what I was saying. Fuck, I've forgotten. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Roxy. And then Roxy goes goes he, him.
All right. Fine.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, he, him. Roxy replaces Dirk as the cool Strider brother.
Okay,
Like,
I'm not trying to make this about some weird gender thing, but oh, my God, literally, what the fuck?
You know what? I literally agree. Like, why? I understand the desire to put some sort of gender transition thing in your Homestuck comic,
But they
because the
have
Homestuck
them.
audience
They
is
literally have
predominantly
them.
queer. It has a lot of queer kids in it. Like, but can you make like Roxy Lalonde, like this? I have like personal investment in this. I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah, no, I know.
can you like please just make a new character? You don't have to retcon this old character. You don't have to retcon old characters to be fascist. You don't have to retcon old characters to be the Andrew Hussey, and you don't have to retcon old characters to being trans the whole time. Actually, not actually, and by trans the whole time I mean trans later.
Yeah, I feel like Calliope was a really good way to explore. Like Calliope's whole trans thing, very normal because Calliope is an alien with no concept of gender and is exploring it just now. And
Right,
it's like
that's interesting.
Yeah,
That
and
makes
they
so much
talked
sense to me. The
about
fact that Calliope would experiment
about it.
with their gender.
Yeah, like even in Candy, like literally in Homestuck 2, what John does is John, after the entirety of the epilogue, at some point he sits down because Roxy, basically him and Roxy, right? They get together, they have a kid, and they kind of become estranged and have a divorce. That's what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Later on, John sits down with Roxy, and he's like, like after Jane has gone full fascist, and Roxy can't deny it, but she just cares about a kid, and they have a sit down. They actually talk about things they could have talked about through the entirety of their marriage, but they never did. Like, hey, you and Calliope kind of had a thing. What happened with that? Well, it kind of fell off. And he just talks to her about all the stuff he should have been talking to her about the whole time, but instead he was talking to Terezi about because he was cheating on her emotionally with Terezi. Because Terezi is the cool character, the coolest. She's
so
cool.
much weird stuff. Like they literally just what the fuck.
They literally just what the fuck, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, because oh my God, this is so strange because like this stuff won't happen in such a confined environment. Let's just fucking remember Homestuck. I mean, the characters that made it out are not exactly 1,000 fucking characters.
Yeah, right.
This is a way too small of a community to have this much fucking drama.
Yeah.
Especially with people like Kanaya and Roxy and all these other people who like are literally their entire fucking character arcs in the story were like about how they were the one who made sure that everyone else made it. But then to be just like, no, I guess they just stopped.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, yes, the true God. Fucking hell.
Okay. Oh my God, we have finally made it to my favorite fucking character.
The
Jake
bitch himself.
Fucking English.
Yep.
I feel so sorry for Jake on so many fucking
You haven't even read Candy.
Oh my God.
Okay, you know what? Let's do this backward. Seattle, start us off with what the fuck happens to him in Homestuck 2.
Yeah.
Okay, in Homestuck 2. In Homestuck 2 and Candy, he gets married to Jane. Jane then continues to abuse him by cheating on him with Gamzee using
Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
It makes
no I know. Cheating on him with Gamzee using Kismisitude as an excuse, despite the fact that Jane in Candy doesn't give a fuck about troll culture. She in fact despises it. She thinks trolls are icky and gross.
Yeah.
Why?
Because she's a bigot.
Great.
But that's not Jane. Jane was just nice.
That's her Jane is now, baby.
Jane was just a fucking goofy little girl who didn't know shit from shit.
Yeah, she was just
even the grown-up version of her should not be this way by the literal causes of fucking. She has. Let's just go down. She has 2 nanas, John, Jake, Dirk, Rox, all these fucking people, and I'm like, what the fuck? And Dad, she literally still has Dad, and Dad is the most based character in the entire comic.
100% correct. No one is better than Dad.
Yep.
Yes.
Guys, I don't get it. I don't get why they went and fucked it up so bad when it was so good. It was so fun. It was so full of life and energy and fucking childlike wonder.
It was fucking sincerity. It was literally sincerity.
It was peak sincere.
Yes.
And they blew it up.
Tavros.
Oh my God.
Not Tavros. Sorry. So
Okay.
Jake then
Lol.
in Homestuck 2 and the candy thing, what he eventually does is he kind of, you guys remember Brain Ghost Dirk?
Yep.
What he does is he has an alcoholism problem because
Brain Ghost Dirk?
No, not Brain Ghost Dirk. Jake has an
Okay.
alcohol problem, and because Jane's gone off the deep end, his marriage is going to shit.
Sure, because Jake is definitely the kind of guy who would fall victim to substance abuse. Continue.
Yes. So he and then Brain Ghost Dirk comes around, and he's like, "Hey, Jake, what about being a spy?" And Jake's like, "No." And he's like, "But consider spying on Jane for the Resistance." And he's like,
Yeah.
This is so retarded. This is so fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Oh, it fucking is. Okay, but hold on. Let's take a picture of him. Look at him, though.
He's just a guy. He's just a dude. He's an unassuming, hardworking American male.
He got fucking raped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He basically does. In me.
What?
He's controlled by Dirk.
Way to
love Dirk forever and nobody else because him and Dirk didn't work out. That's it. That's what happens to Jake. Jake gets the short end.
I just want to say Dirk being the villain. So fucking bizarre to me. Because Dirk's entire character is making sure that everyone else is doing the cool thing, is doing that thing. But then for him to just the villain?
Yep. Lol. He's the villain, even though he was super cool and wanting to help and win.
Literally, yes, he saves everyone so many times. And his entire thing was like how much he does not want to control or somehow influence anyone other than saving their own lives. But
like
then
that was his whole plot.
No mastermind.
Oh, Jake said the other thing is that he cares about his son and tries to protect him from Gamzee.
Oh, great. There's a son.
What do you mean trying to protect him from Gamzee? Why is Gamzee not dead yet? Oh, I have the answer. He has plot armor. He literally has plot.
There you go. You're starting to get it.
Jake's son Tavros Crocker.
I hate that. That made me cringe.
Here, let me give you a picture of him.
Tavros Crocker, shut the fuck up. I hate Homestuck.
Here, let me give you a picture.
Greg can keep up with us.
Let me give you a picture of him and Vriska and Vrissy. Look, there he is. He's Brissy's Kismesis, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Look at
this. Who's Vrissy, by the way? We never actually answered that.
She's the one in the middle. She is Kanaya and Rose's adopted daughter. There's a grub that looks just like Vriska, and in the epilogues, they're like, we're going to adopt this child and become mothers. And they do.
That's good.
Okay.
Look at how stylish Vrissy is. She's a little e-girl. Her mom dress her up so well. They teach her to be such a little brat. She's so cute.
Yeah.
This makes no sense. Okay, having a plot post Homestuck makes literally no sense. Because it's the end in Act 6.
Yeah, because isn't that the thing? Don't they exit the game and like remove themselves from the fucking whatever?
Yes, they're literally all about being done with this.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I just remembered my favorite thing about Tavros Crocker is that he got roped into like in Homestuck 2, Vriska, bless her soul, kills Gamzee.
Yo.
And then Tavros helps hide the body, and he feels weird about it. But here's the thing: like, look at him. He's stuck in this purple Gamzee-colored coat.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Tavros Crocker. Tavros Crocker was born to be groomed by Gamzee.
Yeah.
And I hate it. I hate it because it's very clear that Tavros, that's a name that Gamzee put in. Gamzee did that. I'm pretty sure Jake did not want to name his son Tavros.
Probably. Most likely.
Or maybe, I mean, okay, I guess now we can fucking Homestuck style, fucking flashback to Homestuck, the actual comic.
Yeah.
For some reason, the last conversation that Jake has is with Davepetasprite.
Yep.
And he's like, Tavros, you're my only friend. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? This is not what, no, stop, please. Listen, the scenes that illustrates how cucked Jake is, not as a character, just by the actual narrative, is they're sitting down in the meeting, and then Vriska just called him a joke, and just starts talking about how he's weak and bad and all this stuff. And I just look at this, and I just like, in my fucking anger and mind stupid and fucking being just, what the fuck is happening? I look at the screen. I actually see the picture. Guess who's on screen? Roxy's in there. Jean is in there. And they're just sitting there. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why is no one telling Vriska to shut the fuck up? Like, why? I just want to know. Like,
shut
seriously.
Up, bitch.
Like, I know. Because Roxy, literally Roxy from the alternate dimension. This is not even the Roxy from his. Like, she's all about her friends. She's all about my fucking Jake, my bro, my best BFF or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Vriska just keeps going on and on about how he's a joke and his class is bad and all this shit. And I'm like, Roxy, wouldn't you like pitch in or be like, no, please shut the fuck up?
Jake is cool, and if you think he's lame, I will fight you.
Yes, I don't think he's lame. He's not lame. I think his handling is fucking tragic and despicable.
Yes, it is. Like, it could have been such a scene where, like, we know he defeated Lord English. We know that's his entire fucking shtick. That he, in the alternate dimension, kicked Lord English ass. And that's what created the time loop to eventually defeat him in this one. Which was base. But, like, Roxy, why didn't Roxy just be like, actually, Jake literally kicked everybody's ass and had the power of hope and almost, like, killed the Condinus and the other Spider Girl because he has hope. And shut the fuck up. But then Roxy is just sitting there and doesn't tell anyone that Jake is actually did something in the other dimension.
Yeah, like, Jake's power level, Jake's fucking potential power level is like bigger than like literally anybody's.
I mean, he's a page of hope. Like,
it's literally.
Oh my god! Like, hope is an incredibly powerful class.
Yeah, and a page is a powerful class too. You just
have to because like one who leads people with their aspect or leads people to use their aspect. He's basically a shonen protagonist. He should be a shonen protagonist who inspires everyone.
Okay, this scene with no, not I don't even want him to be that guy or whatever. The scene with Vriska makes so little sense because here's the thing. Vriska. We won't get into her right now, but I just want to say, even though she's an asshole,
I put a bunch of Vriska and Vrissy and Tavros screenshots in the chat.
Great. I left one of them in the house with the fire extinguisher on.
And they're in school. They were trying to sneak. Basically, John's son, Harry Anderson, they're like, hey, we need help. He's like, okay, haha, I'm in the gym. Come to me. Come behind the gym and I'll meet you there. Yeah. They're like, how are we going to get this corpse here? And they're like, we'll sneak through the school. That backfired.
Oh, this picture of Rissy, from your icon, she's literally leaning on
Leaning
Gansey's
against
dead body.
Gansey's
That's
dead
based.
body.
That is based.
It is. She's
Okay.
a babe.
Okay, I just
I'll
want to
be right
say.
back. I need again.
Oh my god. Okay, the Jake stuff.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Vriska, so I guess you're the most invested. So you might as well hear it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into it now specifically, but here's the thing. Vriska is an asshole. Vriska is a bitch or whatever. Vriska does a lot of horrible stuff. But one thing she doesn't do is like over and underestimate people. She gives them their own credit. She's like, yes, you did a good thing. Yes, you are based. And I'm like,
she's willing to give people the
yes,
credit that they deserve.
it makes zero sense because apparently she now has cosmic knowledge of everything that ever fucking happened because that's the plot. But then she just ignores the hope aspect. She's like, no, hope is just a joke. It's not actually a real power. And I'm like, Vriska wouldn't say that.
Lol, what? Lol, what?
No, I'm
no,
like,
she
yes,
actually understood. Yeah, yes, I agree with you there.
I'm like, Vriska wouldn't say this. Literally wouldn't say it. And even if she said it, and she does, she's like, no, it's a joke. Why doesn't John or Roxy or anyone just be like, no, actually, we literally saw him kick everyone's ass. Like, they literally see that. And I'm like, Roxy, please speak up for your best friend. But then she doesn't, and she doesn't talk with Jake
no
for the
one
rest
can
of the
fucking
comic.
like take a fucking action at all.
Like it felt weird because first of all, Vriska wouldn't say this. Second of all, everybody just felt weird. They just were sitting there when she was shit talking Jake, and she was like, "Yeah, yeah." I'm like, Dave, please say anything.
Lol, say literally anything, please. Yeah.
Yeah, and she does just go and go and go, and then they're like, "Yes, split up now."
Sure.
This scene...
now we're doing teams. We're splitting up into teams, guys. Let's go do shit. Like, just totally, like, writes off whatever the fuck. Yeah.
I hate Vriska, but Vriska won't literally say this. Because Vriska knows literally everything in this new timeline. And she just shit talks Jake. And then Jake is like, yes, I am bad. And then his entire thing ends up with, he talks to Tavros, and he comes to the conclusion he's supposed to be alone forever, and he's useless, and everybody hates him. And I'm like, that is literally not true. And the characters... Okay, it makes no sense because at the beginning of Act 6, he does something similar. And then immediately Roxy is like, no, Jake, shut the fuck up. You're literally just overthinking this. This is literally not real. She just doesn't do this.
Right.
I'm here. I'm ready. I'm glad we're still talking about how Homestuck 2 is bad.
Yep.
Literally, I just think, I was C-Tool, I was just talking about how Roxy did not stand up for Jake when Vriska was calling him a fucking joke, and that he has no powers.
Yeah, no, that's not cool. Roxy wouldn't have done that.
No, and Vriska wouldn't have fucking done it.
Yes, and even then, Vriska would not have said that, because Vriska literally knows everything, and she should have known that hope is literally an actual physical power. And her fucking ancestor got defeated by hope.
I know. Oh, you know the worst thing that I remembered? Aaron as the Prince of Hope could have been such an incredibly powerful asset.
Yeah. That's
literally
true.
Any character would have been a powerful asset if John just got down on his ass and just grabbed them and just put them back and bam,
no,
they're alive.
We gotta say Vriska because she's the most important character in the show.
I mean, she really is.
She is, but like, goddamn.
Thing.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing about Vriska is literally fucking complicated. Is there any other character we need to talk about?
I don't think so. I think this is it.
We will talk about everything else in reference.
Okay, including Lord English.
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
Okay.
Lord English is just a part of Vriska.
Yes, literally fucking yes. Okay. Vriska, just to finish up Jake. Jake got so cocked at the end of Homestuck to the point where I'm just like, characters are just doing things to shit talk Jake, even though it makes no sense for that character to do. Vriska would never shit talk someone about like their own power, especially if she knows what it is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
especially
Roxy not, and here's the thing, this is the entire cast of Homestuck, and Vriska is just sitting there. No one, literally no one, out of the alive characters says anything to defend Jake. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure like Dave or Kakrat or John or Roxy, for God's fucking sake, would have just said, Vriska, please chill out. We literally saw him do the thing.
I would have liked it if like all three of them said at once, Vriska, stop being a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no one says that. Literally no one says that. And I'm
I
just
know,
like,
they should have.
You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking over the past 4.5 hours. And like,
Yeah.
Vriska Circuit is an aesthetic that I fucking love. This cool, edgy, bitchy cunt who does what she wants, doesn't take shit from anyone. This is what I mean when I say I love Vriska. Is that like her ethos, her fucking vibes, her cool factor is off the charts. But I'm thinking about it, and more, I think NoNeedBruh, I literally agree with you when you say that, like, time and time again, it's just like from a fan service perspective, it's cool that Vriska does a thing, right? It's cool that Vriska is the one who John brings back. It's cool that Vriska is the one who fucking I think it's cool that Vriska, the fucking thief of light, wants to steal the spotlight, right? Like that's her fucking that's her MO. Is that she is out there, she's gonna be the star of the fucking show, she's gonna make herself the most important character. But like that shtick stops being self-aware, like the plot stops being like aware of the flaw in that ideology. Because what happens in Act fucking 5 is that her doing that gets all of her fucking friends killed and dooms their timeline.
And leads to the most iconic one of my favorite moments in Homestuck, when she gets killed by Trezzy. It's just so awesome and tragic on face.
Vriska killing Trezzy is like, yeah, I saw that. That's one of like the things that like solidified like, oh, I really care about Homestuck. Like this is something that has like made me feel meaningful in ways that like not a lot of shit has. Like if these characters having this conflict and this is how it ends, and it like fucking hit me in my heart because I cared about both of these bitches so much.
God, because Trezzy knew, and we're shown, and we're told, and we're shown every aspect, and Vriska is just like done with her own character arc of just becoming less of a character bitch. They become less of a bitch and just like trying to be happy and being friends with John, and there's all this stuff. But then she dies because that is the logical conclusion of Vriska. It's just like, yes. But then, okay, let's get into fucking Vriska now. Vriska is a character I hate with so much fucking contempt. It is genuinely unbelievable. Every action she takes is so anti literally what should happen in any fucking story, because she creates all the problem at the same time of just being the actual solution for them. And then her justification is no, because the plot. And guess what?
Here's the thing.
Vriska, I just wanna go on in this. Vriska turns out to be fucking white. It's literally the plot. Vriska should have done the thing because the thing needed to be done. Why, you ask, dear listener? Is it because it makes sense? Is it because of any other outside influence? No, because the literal manifestation of the meta plot becomes part of Act fucking 6. Post the kids entering the session. Jesus fucking Christ. The story fucking halts. God damn it, I cannot even think of words because I'm so mad about what's about to transpire, and you're gonna fucking love it, Psymid. The story grinds to a halt during Act 6. So much. Nothing happens. It all becomes meta. All the characters become bad. The dialogue gets so fucking long. And I'm just like, oh my god, please end. But then what happens? Vriska shows the fuck up. And what she does, she just solves the plot. And I don't mean because she's smart or cool or because she's Vriska. No. She just solves the plot in the most literal sense possible. She just does all the things that were supposed to be done. And I'm just sitting there in disbelief. Because now I like Vriska, because Vriska is the only character who did anything in Act 6. And why is that? Is because it's the plot, bros. Vriska was supposed to do that. None of the characters could have done anything. They all should have died in game over without Vriska, even though it makes zero sense. Jesus Christ, I hate it.
Here's what I think. Vriska, in Act 5, Act 2, or in Act 5, again, her class spect, she's the thief of light. She wants to be in the fucking spotlight. She wants to be the most important girl in the room. And she does, because she orchestrates all of her, because she's due to the unfortunate realities of her scenario, she's a huge fucking bitch. And because of that, she wants to be the coolest kid in school. And what she does is orchestrate everything bad that happens to be by her design. Like, she's the cause of everything bad to happen. And she gets off on it because that means she's the most important. And that to me is an interesting character arc. Someone who is so fueled by their own ego to be the best that they let themselves like fall down this corrupt hole of hurting people who are close to them, who she has told are close to them, who she, doesn't like to admit it to herself or others, but they are her friends. She does care about these people. And the fact that like her and Terezi have the showdown and she gets fucking punished by her best friend, the only person who like would stick up for her in the end, it didn't actually. She realized how much of a fucking massive cunt she was and took her out because she knew it fucking needed to happen, and it was just. And then they fucking tread on it. Yes, I will fucking admit that when I saw Vriska came back, I coomed in my pants because I love Vriska. Wow, she's so hot and she's so cool. But they punished her for a reason. Because they punished her because she was fucking wrong, and they brought her back and they treated her like she didn't do anything wrong. And it's fucked up.
And because Vriska was right all along. Vriska objectively did nothing wrong. That was always the
because
plan,
it all worked out in the fucking end, right? We don't need to punish Vriska anymore.
No, because that's by design. It's design that she did what was necessary.
Yes, that's what I mean. When I'm talking about the meta stuff, I'm talking about the stuff in Homestuck itself. Like the literal universe. It's just like Vriska is the one who's gonna do the thing, and therefore she needs to be brought back. And the characters literally do nothing. I mean, because here's the thing. I'm just gonna describe it because I read this entire chunk in one fucking session.
Oh yeah.
Reading Act 6 is such a grueling, boring experience because literally nothing happens up until Vriska shows up. And she genuinely does all the things that while I was reading Act 6, I was like, why didn't this happen? Why doesn't this character do this? Except we needed Vriska. Vriska is the one who did it. And not because of who. I hate this. Because old Vriska did stuff. Because she's Vriska. She's based. She's cool. But new Vriska did stuff. Because the plot. Because the actual fucking cosmic power in Homestuck told her to do the thing.
Yeah, because Hasi loves her. She's his character. Hey, so my bias here, I'm a Scorpio.
Yeah.
I love Vriska.
Yeah.
She's Scorpio. You can continue now with your meaningful conversation.
Like, Cetal, I love Vriska too. She's a she kicks ass, she takes names. She's the coolest character. But like I'm thinking about like the actual like things that happen in the narrative around her. And they're so fucking retarded.
A halt, my dude. Dude.
Oh yeah, no, this is by design.
Physically speaking, Okay. Physically speaking, literally nothing happens. The events do not occur unless Vriska is there. And it's just a bullshit move to have literally around 3,000 pages worth of nothing until Vriska shows up, because that's supposed to be her thing. She's the plot girl. Like, I hate you because
even though the fact that she was the plot girl was like a self-aware, like
it was just
thing.
A fucking funny meme joke.
But it's true because that's how Hasi's made her. That's why he literally proposes.
Literally made her that way.
His fucking
like
favorite.
Vriska literally says, Vriska, oh, Gamzee has plot armor. How the fuck? I just want to know, how the fuck did Vriska learn about Robo Lord English, the one that like was Robo Lord English, the one with like the golden staff? How the fuck did she know about that? But she knew that.
Ghost told her or whatever.
No, because she's the plot girl. She knows about Robo Lord English. Of course she's gonna know about him. He's like literally appeared twice in Act like 2 or 3 or whatever, and then showed up here because I guess we need him now. And Vriska knew about him. Which is just like so weird, because even back then, when Vriska orchestrated the entire thing with Bec Noir, she didn't knew she's gonna win. Like, she died. Like, if she knew she's gonna die, she wouldn't have done it. And I'm like, here's the thing. This is gonna fucking segue to the agency, the character's agency in Homestuck. There is this concept in Homestuck about the alpha timeline, and stuff needs to happen a certain way, even though it makes zero fucking sense. Why did Beck transport, instead of like combining with the kernel or like combine other stuff with it? Why did Beck combine with the kernel? Because it's what needed to be happen. And I'm like, it robs the characters of any responsibility of their actions. But here's the thing. In Act 1 through 5, while they were aware of that, none of them, except Vriska, like, took any action to manipulate it in any certain way. And it was just the plot was happening, and they were reacting. But in Act 6, every character is just sitting around, literally, physically speaking, waiting for the plot to happen. And I'm like, this is so boring. You just see characters literally just doing nothing and talking about how they're just waiting. What the fuck? This was just a joke. This was just like a cool thing with Vriska. It needs to be with every other characters. Not to mention, immediately discarded because John just becomes God.
Yeah. Man,
it feels weird. It feels weird to discuss the mechanics of Homestuck, because like a lot of stuff is just there to justify what the writer wants. But then it's mystified. But then it's it means something. It's gonna lead somewhere cool. Okay, I'm okay with that. But then in Act 6, nothing leads anywhere. So I'm just left there being like, this arbitrary bullshit turn of event was just arbitrary and bullshit.
Yeah. Whenever I think about Homestuck, I always come back. There's this one page that I always think about, and it is page 422. And it's when it's this super like nice flash of like the curtains pulling back, and you go through the rings and you see Skaya. And it's Nanosprite like explaining, the game and how Skaya works and what the fuck Skaya is and what the game is in, cryptic weird terms. And I really like it because that this thing on page fucking 422 is like, wow, this world and universe is like unique and rich and thought out, and there's intent behind what's going on here, and it's really fucking cool and mysterious, and I want to know more. And as the comic continues, especially in its later stages, all that shit, all that cool lore gets pushed aside for like fan fiction pandering.
And meta. My dude, the
Yeah.
fucking meta.
Yeah.
Like
instead
oh
of
my
worrying
God.
so much about the meta text, can we please just worry about the text? That's all I want. I want, I'm so interested in like Durson Prospect. I'm so interested in Skaya and frogs and the way the fucking the veil works. I want to know.
Sorry, technical difficulties. But please hold on for one moment.
Okay, so we received a new message now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank God. Okay, where were we? Yes, Skaya Mechanics. You said you liked them.
Yeah, I'm so interested in all of it. I want to know so much more. I wish the end of Homestuck was about that and not about like Vriska. Like as much as I love Vriska, I wish it wasn't like as focused on Vriska being the Deus Ex Machina.
In literal terms, he knew that. It is like Hussey is not stupid. I do not genuinely believe that. I just think he knew that. He knew what needed to be done and just didn't do it because who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Like it's so strange because reading through Act 6, nothing happens, but then Vriska shows up. And then, I kid you the fuck not, in less than 10 pages, the entire fucking conflict of the last couple of thousands just solved right then and there.
Yeah.
I fucking counted them. It's like, why didn't this happen thousands of pages earlier?
Because he likes Vriska and he got bored. That's why.
Because he was not writing a story.
Yeah, because he was fucking piddle farting around, waiting for like fan fiction authors to write their shit or whatever.
Like, why did he give John the power? Literally, why?
To let the quote-unquote main character of Homestuck go do his duty and revive the actual cool character.
And let the plot happen. Agency in Homestuck is a weird fucking thing, and I have so many problems with it. Like, even in its original form, this concept of just like character doing things because it needs to be done.
Yeah.
But like robs them of so much of their own actions and responsibility. Because Vriska says it, and at first I was like, oh my God, she's like exaggerating. She's like a megalomaniac. But in Act 6, she just turns out to be right. Like, when she creates Bec Noir, and then, like, Tavros and John is like, what the fuck, Vriska? She's like, you see, the universe would have created Bec Noir anyway. Fucking Dav. And I'm like,
fuck you,
that's still a dick move, but whatever. But then way later, it just turns out to be true. Bec Noir was always supposed to fucking dare.
Great. Yep.
Gotta love Hussey's writing, it's great. Doesn't ruin any of the characters at all. But let me tell you about the things that I personally love about Vriska.
Yeah.
She's a little brat baby bitch. She kills people and feeds it to a spider. She's spider themed. Spiders are cool. I like spiders. She's blue. Blue is a nice color. She's a bitch. Did I mention she's a bitch? She's fun. She has pointy teeth and smiles. I'm bringing the pot. She has that smile. You know, the one.
Yeah.
That. Yes, she does that. Yes.
I just want to say, Dear listener, or whoever fucking insane enough to have made it this far, I hated Vriska. If you ask any of these people, I always bitch about while reading the comic. But Act 6 fucking broke me so hard because I was so fucking bored. And then she just showed up and the story, at least something happened. Even though it was bullshit and what the and contrived as fuck and makes no sense. It was still a thing that happened. This is how much I hated Act 6. Because the fucking description of a thing happened was so satisfying to me. To the point where I was just okay with Vriska showing up again. I was just like, I guess because thing happened. The rest of Act 6, nothing happened.
It's true.
I cannot believe this. I did not expect this. Did not expect Act 6 to literally do me this hard.
We were warning you, didn't we? We warned you. We were like, oh, dude, watch out for Act 6, pulls collar.
Oh my god. I cannot believe I actually like Vriska now. I just like her by virtue.
Yeah.
Because she did thing. I don't like her because I like her character or anything. It's just because she did thing. Guys, an action took place in Homestuck. What the fuck? What a fucking novel concept.
Vriska is the one who does things.
Yeah.
And it literally became a reality. I hate this. Why couldn't any other character do a thing at all?
They weren't Vriska.
It's, well said. Because they weren't Vriska.
No, I don't even... I don't blame Vriska anymore. I genuinely do not. The story was written...
Wrong. It was Hussy.
Yes. He just wrote the story to be boring until she showed up, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. This just normal concepts in Homestuck. I hated the whole alpha beta timeline. I was just like, we know if they're on the alpha timeline, they're just gonna win. And if they're, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can vibe with that. I think at the time, I for me at least, I was so caught up in like all these new cool characters that I liked and thought were fun. So that's basically it. New people cool. That's basically
new people cool. But new people cool. But it's just okay. The thing about the alpha and beta timeline, it's just okay. On one aspect, their rule of time travel is neat. You know, it makes sure that no amount of bullshit can happen. And I'm just like, okay, cool time travel rule. Gonna remember that. Whatever. But then in actual writing, it's just a fucking cop out. Because you can have anything happen at any point and just be like, it was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so many moments were just shit and bad and what the fuck. But then I'm just like, they were supposed to happen.
Yep.
I mean, just think about it. Who's the fuck? Like, specifically, Jade's dog. The guardian or whatever.
Becquerel.
Yeah.
Good dog, best friends.
Yeah, good dog, best friend. Whenever, who the fuck is his name? Whenever Jade or John or whatever try to prototype her kernel, he just teleports whatever they're trying to do away. And I'm just like, why are you doing that? Yeah, literally, why are you being a cunt? But no. You see, it was always supposed to happen. It's not just a bad thing that happened in the story. No, it was just supposed to happen. Even though it makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just like a goofy thing, though. Like, to me, that's an early Homestuck, this is a goofy thing, and not a late Homestuck,
but it keeps escalating. It keeps escalating, and we reach Act 6. And guess what happens in Act 6? John literally gets the time travel power without the fucking setbacks. And then we're just like, I guess as long as you're on the alpha timeline, you're just gonna fucking win.
Yep. That's how... Yeah, there's so little,
no,
like,
you're just gonna win with no bullshit. You're just gonna win with no bullshit. Even the bullshit stuff, no, we don't need that anymore. You're just gonna fucking win.
Yep.
Oh god. I hate what they did to the story and the plot and the characters and everything.
Yeah. It is so baffling that you had something so cool and rad and based, and like over the course of a few years let it crumble into something that like is a fucking shell of its former self.
Hey.
Yeah.
You remember Hive Swap?
Yeah, I do.
I'm sad that we don't have any more Hive Swap.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna come out sometime soon.
The first part it's the second part and the third part and the whole mess, and could have been cool, but that's
Yeah,
like
yeah, but it's still gonna happen.
Do you guys
It's
know
still
the
gonna
story? I mean, so the studio that they were making it with fucking stole all the money and used it to make that new King's Quest game that came out in like 2015, 2014.
Yeah, they used part of the fund. They used time that they were paid to work on the thing.
Yeah, yeah. So
to work on King's Quest. Yeah.
funds were allocated elsewhere, which is literal theft, and it's fucked that they got so shafted. Because the Hive Swap could have been like fucking brilliant.
Yes.
When did this happen? I just want to know the time frame.
This was
And
like
at
years
which
ago. This was
app?
like 2014,
No,
15.
At which
This
app?
was in the middle of like this was what which act was in the middle of?
Oh geez, 6, right? Duh.
Yeah.
Everything's
Oh
in
my
the middle
god.
of Act
No,
6.
no, I'm just happy it fucking died. I'm sorry to say this. What do we got of Act 6? I am no more Homestuck. Please just stop.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
someone
I
said
started
it
out
to
just
me. Yeah.
I started out so bored with Homestuck because of the long introduction. And then started to become cool. And then I just got used to the frustrating stuff, like the constant jumping and characters not doing the smart bullshit thing. I just got used to it. But it was
I mean,
fun.
yeah, because
I
Homestuck is
take
supposed to be like a kind of a goofy, like
yes,
easygoing.
yes.
Like we deal with serious problems sometimes, but like this is mostly just a goof off comic where cool things happen.
Yes. There were cool moments, and sometimes even cooler animation and poses and smart dialogue that was fucking short and did not take me a fucking year to read.
Yeah.
Then it's just Jesus Christ, the last 4,000 pages sucked out any soul or actual happiness I felt toward this comic.
Yeah. I have a lot of happy memories of Homestuck with my friends and like people I care about.
I mean, this
and
is a happy
bonding
memory.
over
I am
it.
enjoying talking to you guys.
I'm
Yeah.
glad. I'm
It's
glad that I can.
It's a lot, but it's good.
I'm glad that 3 years after the end of that fucking comic, that like I can make new friends and bond over it. I think that's.
I hate to
That's-
say this,
yeah.
but Homestuck, even now, Homestuck brings a kind of community, right?
Yeah.
With this is it.
This
podcast, this is the best thing about Homestuck. Not the
Uh-huh.
story or the characters, although those things are all great and fun. No, the friends we made along the way are literally the best part. Being able to enjoy things and have community together and not murder each other because we're stuck on a rock out in space.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh,
It's
God.
good. It's good, and I know I've been quiet in the entire Vriska part, but holy shit, I'm running out of space on my PC. Ooh.
Are we
Okay.
about?
This is genuinely a positive note to end on, even
Yeah.
though I wanted to go on another fucking tangent.
Yeah.
It's okay. I've just
Oh.
deleted 4 podcasts worth of recordings.
Uh-huh.
Psymid, you're streaming.
I know.
What are you
Okay.
streaming?
Don't worry about it. Look at it in a second.
Okay.
Finish what you were saying.
Oh,
Okay. I feel I just want to get both of your opinions. I just want to know where we're at. Does anybody here still want to talk about about more Homestuck stuff, or do you think this is a fitting end?
We've said so much.
yeah. I feel like anything else we say about Homestuck can be said in the actual Pro Anon show where we kick everyone else and take over. Yeah.
I would literally just be repeating myself.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say. I guess we're literally gonna just be repeating myself. All I was gonna say is, Lord Calliope, Lord English stuff. I love the dude. I love the Calliope, whatever stuff. But then it just did the Act 6 thing when it went nowhere and she was just alive again.
She got Act 6'd.
I think the thing with
she literally got Act 6.
I think the big thing with Calliope is that she was like, Calliope and Caliborn could have been cool if from the beginning it wasn't decided that Caliborn would become Lord English and Calliope doesn't really matter.
Calliope's whole arc is, please be alive. And I'm like...
It's like Aradia's arc, but not as good because she's not Aradia.
No, yeah, and it's the same as Jade's arc, and it's also the same as John's arc, and it's also the same as fucking Jake. Side note, this entire like Calliope whatever thing happens as like the Jake and Jade stuff is happening. So I'm just like page after page getting cucked, like in fucking continuous. This is the only part of Homestuck that actually like fucking makes sense chronologically. And then I just got cucked in it.
Yeah.
I hate this. Homestuck bad. Please end me. No more Homestuck.
I just want to say that like Homestuck is really important for what it did for like online communities, artists like us, people who want to like find their passions and make connections with other people.
And people who made Act Omega and shit.
Yeah. Homestuck crawled so we could walk.
Yeah,
it inspires people every day, and that's good. It's good that
without Homestuck. Yeah, go on.
Without Homestuck, we wouldn't have so many things we love, like Act Omega or Megalovania, or even just multimedia webcomics.
Yeah.
Like.
Its legacy is far-reaching and vast and great.
And with every flaw that is in Homestuck, we can learn from it. We can learn not to be hussies, not to make Vriskas, and to genuinely use all our characters. We can go forth. We can all go forth and be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are like two of my best
Dear
friends.
future-based author.
That we can fucking bond over this shit.
Are we gonna watch the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you saying,
We're gonna do that. I was just saying, dear future author. I was just gonna say, Homestuck is probably one of the most unique stuff I have ever read. Regardless of what we fucking spent the last like 6 hours bitching about. Just because the story went bad and everything just burned to the ground in a glorious fire that just fucking rages to this day, because guess what? Homestuck 2 is a real thing. We were not joking this entire time. It is real. It is real.
And I am reading it.
It literally exists. I just want to say, I appreciate it happened, because without it, literally a lot of cool stuff would not have happened. And I just wish any person who, in their random fucking chance, they're making their own cool thing, please, just think about what you want and what the audience want, and just balance it out. Because I'm just gonna tell you, you are not a fucking genius, but it doesn't mean you can be a great fucking writer.
You guys watching?
I'm watching. Yeah. I think it's time for us to all see. We've seen how far we can come with Homestuck, but let's see how much farther we can go now that it's over. Hello. NoNeedBruh, is this your first time watching this?
Yeah.
Ah!
Okay. Go base.
I'm waking up at the start of the end of the world, but it's feeling just like every other morning before. Now I wonder what my life is gonna mean if it's gone. The cars are moving like a half there's nowhere to run to. I sat down on the street, took a look at myself. Said, where you going, man? You know the world is headed for hell. Say your goodbyes if you got someone you can say goodbye to. I believe the world is burning to the ground. Oh well, I guess we're gonna find out. Let's see how far we've come right now. Let's see how far we've come. I believe it all is coming to an end. Oh well, I guess we're gonna pretend. Let's see how far we've come. Okay. Let's see how far we've come. It's gone, gone, baby, it's all gone. There's no one in the corner and there's no one at home. Well, it was cool, cool, it was just all cool. Now it's over for me and it's over for you. Well, it's gone, gone, baby, it's all gone. There's no one on the corner and there's no one at home. Well, it was cool, cool, it was just all cool. Now it's over for me and it's over for you. I believe the world is burning to the ground. Oh well, I guess we're gonna find out. Let's see how far we've come. Yeah. Let's see how far we've come. Well, I believe it all is coming to an end. Oh well, I guess we're gonna pretend. Let's see how far we've come. Yeah. Let's see how far we've come. 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 Let's see how far we've come.
Fucking shitty how far we've come, AMV. Fucking
love it.
fucking love it,
Fucking
man.
Homestuck good. Fucking
Homestuck-
forget this entire podcast. Homestuck
Homestuck
good.
Homestuck good. Fuck everything else. Watch Homestuck How Far We've Come AMVs. They're all good and they all make me cry and fucking-tastic.
Yeah. I'm gonna stop recording now.
I am also gonna
Okay.
stop recording.
Alright.
Fuck, wait! My Audacity cut out. I didn't even
It's
notice
okay.
it.
I have Craig. It's alright.